What's up, chat? Hope you're having a nice beginning to your week. Hello, Little Lemino, and hello, Ari. Welcome back to stream. Hope you're doing well. Bro, your iPad can handle the pre-install. I think it's only 5 gig for mobile devices, so it should be not too bad in comparison to 15 gig on PC. They did do pretty good optimization for mobile devices. Happy Diwali! Happy Diwali to you! Two gig for your iPad? Nice. It's not bad at all. Hold on, I think I logged into the wrong account here. $11 gig on laptop. It should be similar to on PC as well. I've got the pre-installation down and ready to go. I believe that they will have a bit longer maintenance for the new patch. Probably just to make sure that Militia Wonderland works as intended without any hiccup. Perfectly understandable. And they also compensating us with a little bit more Primogem for the wait. Still bye-bye Roblox for your iPad? You have to play on your phone now. Bye-bye Roblox and say hello to Genshin Roblox. Tomato, tomato? Perhaps, perhaps. I really hope it is as fun. New week, new me, new attempt at suffering at the weekly bosses. Here goes that. You audio of the game has been up. That agenda for today. We do have an agenda for today.
All right, let's go, go, go.
That is to look at NEFER's feet. I'm sorry. We do that every day. That doesn't have to be agenda of today. We do that every day. That is to look at the upcoming banners and see how good or how bad they are. RIP non-NA players, here you are gonna be gifting out your skins that you accidentally double like candy on Halloween. Wow! You could plan to pull a lot of skins in Genshin Impact Militia Wonderland. You tried half build flames, he does good damage. He does. And he's gonna especially feels good against nod-krai enemies. Stop dodging my thing. As a dress-up game veteran, you're obligated to get skin. That is true. That is very true. I am going to wait and see what both beautiful and abomination of combination of skins that you come up with.
A toy really doesn't suit me.
Please don't die. What? Get away from me. Alright. Hello, sir.
Goose on the loose. Protect. Annihilate. Not real.
My power is immense!
One blast is quite enough. Let lightning echoing song.
Sir,
The freezer. A burst.
sir, please stay still. Right there. That's fine.
Slay our foes!
Thank you for staying still.
This calls for some compensation. Good lord.
I've lost my place.
Alright, ma'am. It's your turn.
Our performance.
Respectfully. Respectfully, stop.
A little moose boost. The pinnacle of
I dance for you, my dear.
Alright, we good. These bosses hit so hard. It's always a fight to the bitter end whenever I try to do weekly boss with these couples. This couple. Tell me, what do I think the new artifact sets in nod-krai could be like for characters like Yehoda, Valka, Durin, or Alice, since they probably would not do Lunar Swirl Melt. I share the same sentiment. Yehoda will likely not have an artifact set, and she's just gonna be holding Virus and Veneer like any other animal character. But Valka, I don't know about Durin actually, because Durin is going to be released next patch, and I don't think they are creating a new artifact set next patch yet. So if Durin is a support, it's likely that he will be just holding either Noblesse Oblige or Tenacity of Metalith or Scroll, or perhaps also holding the support set from nod-krai to buff EM for some characters.
Why do you explore the same mistakes over and over?
Valka, Nicole, Alice though, I think they will definitely have a new artifact set. Don't know what they'll be cooking. Usually, I think it's still gonna be something that may be a little bit related to Elemental Mastery, because that's still a majority of the cast. And I think they still want those characters to work with Colombina somehow. And Colombina is working with Elemental Mastery character, so maybe they're not doing the lunar reaction kind of thing, but also still doing some Elemental Mastery scaling. Valka could be doing some swirl stuff. Alice Nicole could be doing some melt stuff. Geo crystallize, maybe they're also depending on Geo stuff for Sandroni. I think they will go in a somewhat different direction than the current lunar cast, but not entirely the opposite. That is my speculation. That's still gonna have to be something to do with Elemental Mastery and probably a little bit of damage bonus, bringing damage bonus back into the picture. A mixture of both. That's my speculation. And then it really depends, because normally for a DPS, it's just gonna be the stat that they want, so either attack percent or HP percent, or very universal stuff like damage bonus in the 4-piece set. So if we look at the set for Varesa, is damage bonus. The set for Skirk, that's damage bonus, and then damage bonus, Cryo. If we look at the set for Navia, it is attack percent and then damage bonus. If we look at the set for who else? Chlorine and Alekino is attack percent and then damage bonus. Set for Emily is attack percent and then damage bonus. Just tailor toward them. I think you think they may accidentally make it good for Wanderer if it's an Nemo, for older Pyros, if it's for Melt. They could. They could. Now, I think that if it happens to buff older character, it will be a side effect of making a new character good. So similar to how Varesa said, also raise the ceiling of Xiao's team a little bit. It is very much a possibility. If Varka has to use Vivi, Ifan 2.0, Sucrose 6.0. Yet another Sucrose imitator. Varka Vivi will be hilarious. The funny thing is, Chaska can actually hold VV and it's not terrible. It's worse than Obsidian Codex, but it's not terrible. The Virdits and Veneers set, VV set, being so good, it's pigeonholing a lot of Anemo characters into the buffer archetype. Alright, this is the team. You're already using VV Wanderer and VV Chaska based. You like the new Dendro DPS? Yeah! You mean NEFER or you mean Lauma? Because Lauma can technically buff the team's damage. We're gonna take a look at the banners that are upcoming in a little bit. After I check a few calculations for the new weapons, just finalize it so I can give you the advice that I think will be best.
I pray you will find peace. Time to testify. Justice will rise. Let's move. Pyroclastic surge. Stop right there! UF! Start the clock! Wrath from the sky! Into the shadows.
New Anemo got slap VV and new Dendro got slap Deepwood on. Now, Dendro characters have an easier time than that, because Deepwood can be slapped on any element character. So you may have seen Deepwood Shangling for Kinech, Deepwood Thoma for Kinech, Deepwood Mahuika for Kinech. So it's not necessarily the new Dendro character having to hold Deepwood, but only a Nemo character can trigger the sword part of VV. So they have to hold the set.
Rise with the sun!
Oh no, I'm not gonna have enough time.
Control breathing!
Oh, nice. Hello, by the way, welcome back. Bot stuff. Is there a typhoon in my place? No. Not currently.
This route
Hug everyone who likes stream. Chat! Go ahead and like the stream. If you've been enjoying the content, you will receive a bonus hug from Ari.
If you ever...
Spread the wholesome energy, chat.
This realm...
Is the instructor flower worth keeping if it starts with 2 stats? That's 2 crit rolls at max.
If you ever...
Usually, if a support uses instructor set, they don't care about stats. So my standard for instructor set is incredibly lenient. I care about 2 things essentially. 1 is crit rate, and 2 is energy recharge. If there is one of those 2 stats, I keep. I don't actually care about crit damage because that's usually put on the support, and instructor set being inherently a 4-star artifact set gonna have a lot less stat anyway. Hey, look, I do have some 3-line pieces. I probably could filter these out a lot more. I'm just not bothering doing that. I could probably filter this a lot more. This. Use random artifacts on Aino. How is that? If she's in a team with Flints, she's still providing something. But if you use random artifacts on Aino, you are missing out on half of her value. Aino is not providing damage. The only thing Aino provides is hydro application, and the fact that she has a nod-krai citizenship, enabling some moon stuff, Ascendant Gleam. And half of her kit is that she can hold some artifacts to buff the team. Any artifact set.
My opinions do not matter.
Perhaps you want her to hold a set that buffs non-nod-krai character, so you could use Scrolls in the City for the 12% damage bonus, or Noblesse Oblige for the 20% attack. 20% attack, or the most prominent one, when we use Aino with a nod-krai character, it's likely that it is a DPS. So we are going to use the Silken Moon Generate set, which is the support set from nod-krai, to provide more buffing for the nod-krai DPS. It's not like Aino, if you don't use an artifact set on her, it's not like she suddenly provides 0 value, because we still need to have her in some case for the Ascendant Gleam. But you're missing out a lot. Aino's usually running SMS or Instructor, yeah, or Noblesse Oblige. In the Flint's team, you could give NEFER the Silken Moon set. Don't mind this. You could give NEFER the Silken Moon set, and Aino the Noblesse set, because Flints care more about attack percent than elemental mastery. Or you could also give Aino the Silken Moon set, and NEFER the Tenacity Miller Lift set. Tenacity Miller Lift. Buff attack percent for the entire team. There are 2 options. What set should you give Aino besides Silken? What team are you playing Aino in? Aino is a character that holds whatever set benefits the team the most. She does not really have a fixed option to use. Whatever the team needs, she uses that. Because she does not need anything in particular. Okay, let me check. I think I am farming.
Time is
Yeah, just artifacts. You play Aino any team? As long as you don't play Aino in a NEFER team,
Add
Noblesse Oblige will work.
Thank you for
Or an HP scaling team. For some reason. I know in the NEFER team will... I mean, she cannot use any of the following: Deep Wood, Silken Moon, or Instructor. NEFER wants her support to cycle between the three sets: Deep Wood, Silken Moon, and Instructor. Whoever holds which doesn't matter as long as they can activate the set. Hello, Widow. Welcome back to stream. Good to see you. Alright, after the bundle review, we are gonna spend time to do the Alikino story quest today, so that I know what's the full extent of her backstory before she reappear in Luna 2 Archon Quest. What is this? Ah, new week. What's Noblesse 2-piece and 4-piece again? Usually a character that holds Noblesse set doesn't care about the 2-piece. The 4-piece set gives 20% attack to the entire team using an elemental burst. Increase all parties members attack percent by 20% for 12 seconds. This effect cannot stack. Incidentally, I should switch an Ian San away from that set in this particular team. Whole team. Milo, welcome into the world of support artifact set, I guess. Noblesse Oblige should have been the bread and butter of many supports up until this point. Which domain was it? This one. It looks like this. You go to this domain, and you don't have to spend resin on it. You go to this tab. You find Noblesse Oblige. You get it from here. That is cheeky respawn. The reason why we don't farm it from a domain here we go. It's because the other set buffs physical damage. So we don't farm this. Unless Varka is a physical DPS. Well, if Varka is a physical DPS, they're gonna make a new set for him anyway. Let me suffer with the weekly bosses, and then we can talk about the banners. Oh boy, I do need quite a bit more of these to level up NEFER. So the goal is going to be killing this boss. The flat that you have been living on had a caretaker. You had a spare mobile phone which you were not using. He said sell it to him, like he didn't have any way to contact the whole home, so you sold him your spare phone, okay? And you still didn't get your money. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Shower you with praise! Let my name echo and suck! Quick as a flash! Stop! Pure! Stray cloud converge! It's justice o'clock! Time to shine! Control breathing! Let pure! Seize the skies! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Heads up! Yeah! By my spark, the night burns! Charge! Hero incoming! Shower me with praise! Let my name quick as a flash! On! Yeah!
Yeah, Widow, hopefully there is a satisfactory resolution to that. Valka being Razor Anemo would be nice. That'd be cool, honestly. Now, a problem I have with the dream of physical Valka is that the reaction that buffs physical damage or reducing enemies resistant to physical is superconduct. And Valka being a Nemo, he is not the electro or cryo. So now he has to slot an electro character in his team and a cryo character in his team. That seems ass. Unless they make a new support that just straight up shred a ton of physical without needing superconduct, but then that's kind of lame. Superconduct is now even more forgotten. Their main purpose is replaced. You have a few wishes from Welkin and level from Flintstones, you guarantee it's back. Ari, are you getting C4? C5, Dialog, I see. You're worried to do that? You're gonna watch a Strongbox tutorial? I mean, spend 3 trash artifacts to potentially get another trash artifact, that's what it is. But sometimes you may get a good artifact. That's it, that's just the recycling system.
Strike a pose! Let the world collide! Start the clock! Skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies! Hero incoming! Yeah! Kapow!
Did I see getting 720 maintenance this time? Yeah, I saw that. It's nice of them to do that. Wishing area level 100 noble at, indeed. Wait, that's not the team to play this boss. You gotta punch something? Go ahead, punch it.
Full throttle! Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Punch it hard.
Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to grab from the sky!
Should present a united front. Let's have a ball.
Light it up! I'm going in! Let's light it up! Bring it! Get to work! Light up the blazing sun! Try and stop me!
Two 50/50s that you lost so far during capturing Radiant's Trust.
It had to be this form? A toy really does.
It may be a little bit different depending on your starting point. It could require 2 losses or 3 losses. Have you ever had capturing Radiance before? I probably will. If you want an accurate prediction of your capturing Radiance, I may need to look at your entire wishing history or the 5-star items that you have gotten from character banners. Which are the losses, which are the wins, and which ones are capturing Radiance.
Teamwork is strict! Show no mercy! Eat lolly! Eat papa! Pyroclastic surge!
The stage is yours, my queen.
I shall take the spotlight once more.
Everybody stand! Get to work! You two! Time to light up the blazing
Let
sun!
us dance, my dearest.
Try to remember the steps this time.
Incinerate!
Oops! I thought I had it
Rise.
memorized.
I'm going in!
It is time to slay our foes with
Lolly!
one
Eat papa!
almighty
This calls for some
strike.
pomp and ceremony.
Annihilation and...
Your first capturing Radiance was No. Capturing Radiance only start from Natlan. Oh, wait. Maybe it's the Lini rerun with Chaska? Okay, That's fine then. If it's the linear rerun with Chaska, then what happened afterward? You put in Discord? Alright. Capturing Radiance. Alright. Loss. So capturing Radiance and counter is reset to 1. This is a loss, counter is 2. This is another loss, counter is 3. And capturing what? No. No, this is not a capturing Radiance. It doesn't work like this. What? Let me count from here. This is a win. So capturing Radiance is counter is reset to 0. This is a loss, it's 1. A loss is 2, a loss is 3. Wait, that's a capturing Radiance. Okay, 1, capturing Radiance 2, capturing Radiance 3. How is this a Mizuki? Did you wish for a Mizuki? Wait, this is a wish for Mizuki. This is not a loss to Mizuki. This is a capturing Radiance of Mizuki. I was confused. I need confirmation. Mizuki was an accident. Okay. Okay, that was the capturing Radiance on Mizuki. Fine.
Or not.
Okay, so the counter is reset to 1. I was so confused. Jin Shanyun, that's a loss. Counter is 2. Tenari Silonan, that's a loss. Counter is 3. And then capturing Radiance on Silonan.
Where did that come from?
Counter is reset to 1. Navia win, counter is go to 0. Skirk win, counter 0. Mahuika win, counter 0. What about the Flint stuff? What's after this?
Let's go find some treasure.
Everything lines up so far, but what's after this? If you remember just what it is, that'd be nice too. I don't think you wish for any of Chaska, Mualani, NEFER, or I cannot remember who else, but oh, Yelan? I think Yelan. I don't think you wish for any of them, right? In the summer patch.
Ow!
And I don't think you wish for Lauma on the heater, right? If you just can check the history on Flint's banner, I can potentially calculate that for you. Hello, Srijan. Zero, 1, 2, 1, 0,
Ow!
1.
That come from?
Once again, it's not complete. I cannot tell you. Where's the Flint stuff? I need up to date.
Betty's adventure team.
Never got nerfed? Yeah. She's now exactly back to where she was before the buff. Amazing. Okay. I mean, you have to do it again, otherwise I cannot tell you. There is no information for me to help you. Let's take a look at a few of the weapons. The new weapons. I want to calculate a few things before I give you banner advice. Just so I can be sure. I need to check NEFER weapon on Mualani, on Risley, on Novalet, and on Yamiko and on Varasa. Let's try it. Novalet. Two stack, C0. Grid rate. Is this the one? Oh yeah, this is the one. Okay. New 4-star spear. NEFER weapon. Where is she in the meta now? Her raw damage is equal to Flint's raw damage. Both Flint's and NEFER's raw damage is slightly behind Varasa. Slightly behind Novalet's best potential team right now, which is with Novalet, FURINA, NEFER, and Lauma. But once again, we are in the nod-krai era where the enemies favor having nod-krai character. You probably already see how much Flint's mock other people in the nod-krai abyss right now. Even if his damage is slightly lower than Varasa, he has a significantly better clearing time than Varasa. So as long as we are in the nod-krai era, this is where I put the characters. Mohica and Skulks can still brute force a lot of stuff with their humongous amount of damage they dish out. But other than that, I put these characters slightly ahead of Varasa and Novalet, even though their damage, raw damage on paper is slightly less. B Amber 6, NEFER 6. Let's try Battle Pass R5. Battle Pass R1. You are going to try Abyss now. Can I post the results at Discord? What result? If you mean the banner recommendation, yeah, I would do a regular thing like this. I do this for every banner, and I'm gonna put that on Discord. As well as I'm going to condense this stream into a video, and I'm gonna upload that individually for the people to reference if they need to. I don't think the weapon specific calculation is very necessary. I am looking at NEFER's weapon for Novalet, for Varasa, for Risley, for Mualani. And I'm going to also look at the new sword for a few characters. I can put it somewhere, but it's not gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be something that a lot of people gonna look at. Sure, I can do that. You hear NEFER got nerfed? Is she NEFER now? NEFER? I hardly knew her. NEFER got buffed and then NEFER got nerfed. She's exactly where she was before the buff. The buff was technical buff because people figured out a better way to utilize her combo, and then I think the nerf was in compensation for that. Hoyoverse has a vision on how strong a character should be, and they adjust that accordingly, I believe. Let's look at the field numbers here. This is testing NEFER's weapon on a few characters to see if that's good on them or not. What if Neverlet is holding the battle pass weapon? Where's the battle pass? We can go with the weapon right away, that's fine. After using elemental skill, no, Neverlet does not benefit from elemental mastery. One 611. Percentage. Okay, how about a sick weapon? One 823. Very cool. Actually, I should note something else, which is how much ER they need. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's make sure that the ER is right too. Novelet. Energy needs Novelet. FURINA, 28-second rotation with, let's just use a standard team from the past for him. Kazuha jump 2 times, Celonan do this 1 time with Fav, FURINA do this, Novelet do this, and feeding particles to FURINA 50% of the time. 60, 10, 20, 10. Oh, he does need some energy here. His weapon gives him how much energy back? When the character stack refresh, 8 energy will be restored. 12 seconds, 16 energy. Okay, very fair. Let me reach out real quick. Who are the 4 stars next patch? Carly, Xingqiu, Yao Yao. Not a very great lineup. These are the new weapons. Limited 4-star weapon. The sword, the catalyst, the spear, alongside fast bow and the bell. What is NEFER DPS level without Llama or Nahida? %30 less. That's rough estimation. So if her team with Llama is 100k, say her team without even Nahida, with Nahida is around somewhere between 75 to 80, and without a heater it's somewhere between 65 and 270. Sack jet. I need 130 ER over here. $1533. $1715. And if Novelet uses NEFER's signature weapon, Requiem of Truth. I need more crit rate. That's trash, what the hell. 1489. Well, here's a good thing. It is better than prototype Amber. It is better than prototype Amber. Boo! Let me double check a few things. One 823, yep, that's right. Okay. Yep, wrap it up, boys. Alright. NEFER 6 is not that great on Novelet. It's an improvement. Not that great. Let's see, who else do I want to test this on? Moalani. Moalani can use the Elemental Mastery from NEFER 6, so let's see how big of a difference that is. What's her free-to-play team? By the way, you never thought of her free-to-play team. Now, the free-to-play term is extremely vague and does not let me know what parameter you want to go by, because free-to-play can get a 5-star. And free-to-play may not have a C6 4-star. You need to specify something for me. What are the parameters? Let's look at a Moalani team. Good enough, I don't really want to do. I don't really want to do to try hard more on the team right now. This is good enough. Nine seven. Hold on. Wave riding war. No. I need Ring of Yask. $1015. NEFER's 6 battle pass are 1, Battle Pass are 5, 6. Let's go with Mualani's signature weapon. What if I use an HP percent? Somewhat similar. 1296. What if I use NEFER 6? $1074. Wait, hold on. Maybe that helps a little. 1167. Not bad. Not bad. Battle Pass weapon. Where's the Battle Pass weapon? Here. Sacrificial Jade. $1023. Sac Jade R5. $1201. Well, I did not do this justice. Hold on. $32 and $40. $1057. NEFER 6 is nice. From Mualani. Which is to be expected because Mualani can use the elemental mastery that NEFER 6 brings, while Neuvillette cannot. Little chat real quick. Hello Kazuki, welcome back to stream. Are the 4-star of the 6.1 already known? Yes. These are the 4-star characters on Lunar 2 banner, which is 6.1. Carlay, Xingqiu, and Yao Yao, not that great. These are the 4-star weapons on NEFER and FURINA's weapon banner. I am currently in the process of checking NEFER's weapon on a few older characters to see how universal that is. Hello Nodhawk. Hello Giovanna. No. Some new faces in chat. Alright, so far we checked Neuvillette, NEFER's weapon on Neuvillette, NEFER's weapon on Mualani. It is decent. A 10% increase for Neuvillette over free-to-play option, which is Prototype Amber. A 14% increase to craftable weapon for Mualani. Now, I want to check for Varesa, which is an attack scaler. Let's pit that against Whipsif. I hate Whipsif. So RNG gated. You know what? Let's just do Prayer, Sacred Prayer, Prayer of Sacred Wind. Lost Prayer of Sacred Wind. That's the weapon name. Varesa. No team as of now. Varesa. Chavras, Ian-san, Mawika. Premium team. Chavras Noblesse. Ian-san need to be equipped a build. Mawika off-field Codex. For a new player, isn't that bad? You want Xingqiu C6 and a Yao Yao. Yeah, it's not that bad if you're a new player. Xingqiu C6 has some utilities. Now, these days, Xingqiu C6 is mostly valuable in a Hyper Bloom team. So there's a slight caveat to that, because if you pull NEFER, you're gonna play NEFER team rather than a Hyper Bloom team. If you have Lauma or any other Dendro character, you can put that into the NEFER team rather than playing Hyper Bloom. Other than that, Xingqiu has some weird usage, but not really for any new DPS. Molani, so let's go from the beginning of Natlan. Molani doesn't use Xingqiu. Kinich doesn't use Xingqiu. Kinich has better options. Oron is even better for Kinich because he can go scroll. Chaska cannot use Xingqiu because charge attack. Mahuiga doesn't really want to use Xingqiu. There's some niche case where we can use Xingqiu to apply Hydro without doing too much element, like against the crab that one station onslaught. Baressa doesn't use Xingqiu. Skirk can kind of use Xingqiu as a cheap option. Flames doesn't want to use Xingqiu. NEFER doesn't want to use Xingqiu. The bane of Xingqiu is the 21-second cooldown, and that makes him a little bit awkward to play in some team that wants to do faster rotation. You use Xingqiu with Alekino because you don't have Yelan. That's not a great option either. Xingqiu makes it hard to swirl Pyro or scroll Pyro, and Xingqiu extends your Alekino rotation to 21 seconds, even though Alekino wants to operate on a 16, 17, 18 second rotation, which makes her awkwardly do physical attack sometimes because her infusion can run out. Varesa. If you don't have any other options, then that is fine. And Xingqiu often works as a usable cheap option. But generally, if you can upgrade, you would want to upgrade from Xingqiu. The only option where Xingqiu is the best in slot and irreplaceable right now is in a Hyper Bloom team, thanks to his ability to apply a lot of Hydro. And in the Hyper Bloom team, there's no set rotation that we have to follow. Alright, every buff is enabled. I'm gonna need this to be 2 stacks. Very cool. Mahuika is having 200 fighting spirit. That is absolutely fine. She can reach that in this team. Varesa should be at level 90. Let's equip a build for her. Use Lost Prayer for simplicity's sake. Electro attack, and what's the set? Long Night Off. 4 seconds for peace set. Active 5 stacks. 9. Wait, no, 90. Level 90. 1. Talent O level 9 for the standard. Anything should be enabled here. Very cool. Okay, and with that, how much damage are we doing? Oh no, I have to copy paste this. Alright, fine. Am I using hike? I am not. You have Silali, but sometimes you use it with Skirk or Chaska. That's very fair. Where is the... There we go. That's my rotation for overload. Export. Import. Alright, we are coming up to the damage number here, chat. Hold on. This has to be crit damage. There we go, that's better. Damage! Using a Lost Sprayer, which is equivalent to Whip Sith. 1335. Let's use this as the base for comparison. Signature weapon, what's the upgrade from this? And Versa use anything that's in the between this? I don't think Versa has any other weapon option here. Yeah. With Wisif being so good, I don't think there's any other weapon option for Versa. What am I doing? I am calculating which character can use NEFER's weapon effectively. So, what if Versa used NEFER's weapon? $1392. I think that's very trash. Yeah, as expected. What if Versa used her own signature weapon? $1627. Alright, we can see right here. Trash upon trash. Barely 4% better than the other typically used Versa weapon. So as expected, NEFER's weapon is a weapon that has a lot of crit stats and very low base attack. And generally that's gonna benefit the characters that do not care about attack and care more about crit. So HP scaler like Novelet, Mualani, EM scaler like NEFER herself will like this. But when it comes to a character that just like scaling off attack, they want attack. Versa is a pinnacle of such a character, and NEFER 6 is barely an improvement. We can take a look at one more case. What is the website called? Genshin Optimizer. You can just type into Google and it should pop up. It will show you how you can use that it requires a little bit of learning what goes where, but it's an incredibly powerful tool. Let's do one last check. I want to check it on Risley. What are the other characters in the game that can use NEFER's weapon at the first glance? No, 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 yes, no, yes, yes, maybe, maybe. I can try Risley. No, no, maybe. What did I do for Mualani one? Mualani is pretty good. Mualani using NEFER's weapon is 14% improvement. And it sits kind of comfortably between Battle Pass R1 and Battle Pass R5 options. Let me try to color code a few things so that it's easier to look at. I'm gonna make NEFER 6 this color. And I'm gonna make the character's own sec this color. Novelet 10%, 34%. Mualani 14%, 27%. Baressa 4%, 21%. Xingqiu with sacrifice for bonus. Typically for bonus. Compared to Whipsit for who? Mualani. Whipsit for Mualani is close to craftable. Hello Anime Time, welcome into the stream. Whipsit on average is close to the craftable for Mualani. It's only when you try harding and try to get the right buff on Whipsit that it starts to come out on top. But then in that case, it's not really a baseline for comparison. Who else is a good case to check again? I'm not gonna check Yaimiko. Yaimiko's damage is irrelevant nowadays. I can do Risley, I guess. Risley still have some die-hard fans. I only have the meme team Risley. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Do I have a real team for Risley here? Okay, this is a real Risley team. Export. Good enough. Import here. This is the last character we're going to check. I know that using Whipsit is on average equal to using Tome of Eternal Flow for him, and I don't want to deal with Whipsit BS, so I'm gonna use this. $974. Risley. With Sif. $974. Risley using his own signature weapon. Where's his signature weapon? What does it even look like? Oh, here we go. .1170. I think I can actually 70. I can do the other one justice a bit more. .1020. There we go. That's better. And finally, NEFER signature. How about crit damage? Oh my god, that's so trash. What the hell? 1047. As expected, once again. It's gonna be 21. Drag down here. This is NEFER 6. I'm gonna give it the green color. And this is his own signature. I'm gonna give it the golden color. Alright, so the conclusion. We once again gonna get the same conclusion. For any character that does not care about attack, they're gonna have a good use out of NEFER signature. For any character that actually cares about attack, they're not gonna have a good time using NEFER signature because NEFER signature has low base attack and high crit damage substat. Risley permafrost or melt? Risley melt so that he can actually use the elemental mastery that NEFER signature gives, which is the best case scenario for using this weapon. Do you see the preload NEFER nerf earlier? I have. It's about a 6 to 7% nerf, which puts her exactly to where she was before people discover the charge attack cancel tag on her. So I believe that was a balancing nerf, and that's okay. With Sith for Mualani, it's exactly the same as craftable weapon for Mualani. Sure, you insist. Let's do with Seth. We're using crit rate here. I don't think we should use crit rate. With crit damage, we set R5. Alright, area is 96%. Okay, let's withset this. Duplicate. With Sith. Okay, with Sith it up, boys. Hydro damage bonus 96 divided by 6 is 16% on average. Elemental mastery 480 divided by 6 is 80 elemental mastery. And finally, attack doesn't matter, she cannot use attack percent. And calculate. I could do HP here. 1037. What if I use elemental mastery? Is it better? 1029. HP is better. What if I do not use damage bonus and use elemental mastery? Is it better? 1013. Nope. This is the best configuration that Withset will give on average. 1037. Alright, here we go. with safe 2% better than craftable. Average. This is the first signature. This is battle pass weapon at R1. This is battle pass R1 at weapon at R5. This signature weapon. If go on. If you try hard, right? I dread to calculate the whiff set try hard because it's not consistent and it's not usable for everyone. It's good. If you don't want to craft a craftable weapon at R5 for whatever reason, you don't want to use so many billets, you don't want to farm the ore in the open world, you can use the whiff set R5. With EM is almost as good as a 6, I mean, sure. You're welcome to go down the rabbit hole. Right now, I am not interested in that at the moment. I'm only interested in comparing a few other options with NEFER signature. New weapons comparison. Alright, I think I'm good to go. Let's do one last thing. I want to do one last thing. I want to check how good the new sword is on Skirk. If we only care about her burst. By nail of the deep gallery set. Okay, on final the deep burst only is doing 320. That's not a lot. Let me double check a few things. Yep, that's right. Wow, burst is kinda trash. Hold on. Let's make sure the enemy is frozen too. Wow, that's kinda trash. That's tragic actually, hold on. Let's go with that, best possible. Yep, very cool. Okay, that's better. That's actually better. There we go. Okay, burst is doing 967. With final the deep, final of the deep, 567. New sword. Where's the new sword? At R5, let's go maximum glazing 1074. How about at R1? 952. Okay, at which point does it become better? R3? R2? Okay. At R2 it becomes better. That. new 4-star sword. Okay, we're done well with the calculation, chat. NEFER's weapon is good on a few non-attack scaling characters. New 4-star spear. Alright, hold on. We hold on that. New 4-star sword is good on Skirk, at least from R2. If you only play burst on Skirk only and you do not do normal attack at all, if you do any normal attack, Final to Deep is objectively better at any refinement of the new sword. Now, the only thing that's worth wishing on the new weapons cast, new 4-star weapon cast, is the spear. So this is the new spear. Gonna highlight this to be the new color of the spear. What is the color of the new spear actually? Let's go with this one. This one I've calculated on my own time, you have not seen it yet. This is Emily if she only needs 110 ER, meaning she doesn't want any ER at all and she bursts every other rotation. Then this is some of the good option to compare to. I would say is Primordial Jet Wing Spear and Battle Pass Weapon and Favonius. The new spear becomes better with higher refinement compared to Deathmatch, the Battle Pass R1 weapon at R1. Now, as we need higher energy recharge on these characters, then the new spear start to become better because one of its passive is energy recharge. And finally, at Emily at 180 ER, the new spear is quite a bit better at every refinement compared to Deathmatch and way outmatch Primordial Jet Wing Spear. For Escoffier at 160 ER, the new spear is starting off not as good as Deathmatch, but at Refinement 5, it mocks Deathmatch R5. Once again, at even higher ER, it becomes even better. And finally, NEFER, which is another character that can make use of the new spear. At low ER, it's not good. At high ER, it's better. Now there's another option that I included in here, which is Favonius. That's consistently here. At high ER requirement, it is also better to just use Favonius. That is a real option that the new spear has to compete against on a sub DPS, on an off-field DPS. If we only care about damage, we would use the new spear if we have high refinement of it. But in a situation where we need high ER on the off-field DPS, it's also worth considering using FAF because it not only gives competitive damage, but also supporting the team, giving Favonius particles to Flints, giving Favonius particles to FURINA and Yelan in Escoffier case. In Emily case, giving Favonius particle to Kinech or Bennett. So this is quite a good spear. And definitely if we have high refinement of it, we can make good use of that. But I would not say it is a necessary one to get. It only crits 9 at level 90. Now, once again, we're going back to this. Crit is not everything. Varsa doesn't want to use this trash. Risley doesn't want to use this trash because of low base attack. Here's the thing that people just glaze over and doesn't look at. 9% crit rate, but look how much attack it brings. Base attack, which is then multiplied by attack percent. Every other spear in the game, 4-star, 510, 565, 510, 565, 565, 510, 565, 510, 510, 565, 620, 510, 565, 454, 565, so on, so on. 620 is very high base attack. And oftentimes, when you have an off-field character, they do not often receive attack buff like an on-field character does. In the Kinech case, he received Bennett's buff because Kinech is in Bennett circle, but Emily, off-field, does not receive that attack buff. So attack on an attack scaling off-field character is really good. Do not just judge a weapon by the crit substats. Look at everything. High base attack, 9 crit, at refinement 5, extra 16% attack, and 12% energy recharge at 3 stacks. So in reality, it is going to be 48% attack and 36% energy recharge. What about the 4-star weapon for NEFER? The 4-star weapon for NEFER, this is Whipsive, that only has an EM substat. Don't believe me? Alright. 510, 55% crit damage. Whipsive. 510, 55.1% crit damage. Okay, and let's see. At R5, Whipsive gives 480 EM once every 30 seconds. So that means if NEFER does one rotation at around 16 seconds, she will only get this EM buff every other rotation. So rotation 1 get the buff, 480. Rotation 2 get no buff because this is on cooldown. Rotation 3 get the buff. Very cool. So on average, it's 240 EM. Okay, let's take a look. At R5, this weapon gives 144 plus 96, 240 EM. So, what does it say? Dawning Frost, the new Catalyst weapon, is Whipsive if it only has EM passive. For a character that cares only about EM, the new weapon is better. For a character that does not care about EM, Whipsive is better. For a character that cares about all stats on Whipsive the same, for example, Risley cares about attack percent, cares about damage bonus, and cares about EM, they're the same. So it is indeed better than Whipsive for NEFER. Yes. If you care about how much, this is my calculation. R5 craftable, battle pass R1. I should fix this. BPR1. It's fine. Hold on. This is not the right one. NEFER Shinobu. Whipsive with the wrong buff, 91%. Craftable R1, 96. The baseline is craftable R5. Whipsive R5 average is not that good. New weapon. R1 is 1% better than craftable. New weapon R3 is 5% better than craftable. New weapon R5 is 9%, almost 10% better than craftable. Is it better than Whipset for Mualani? At equal refinement, it should be a little bit better because it has no chance of rolling into a bad start for Mualani. Mualani can use damage bonus, Mualani can use elemental mastery, but whenever it goes to attack, Mualani cannot use it. So 1 in 3 chance Whipset passive does nothing for Mualani, but there's no chance this weapon does nothing for Mualani. It's always consistent. Now I'm gonna say that if you are wishing on this weapon banner, be aware that the chance of getting a 4-star weapon at R5, this is actually not representative, I think I did calculate somewhere. This is the for character. The chance of getting an R5 4-star weapon at a 50-50 chance of doing that. That costs as much as getting an R2 5 stars. So by the way you get R5 of the 4-star catalyst, you already probably have at least 1 or maybe 2 copies of NEFER's weapon. If you wish on this banner, you don't care about this. You just get this, which is cheaper and do more at a similar amount of wishes you spent. There is literally no point for this unless you're trying to snipe this weapon without going all the way to the 5-star at R1. Then now you have a weapon that's equal to the craftable weapon. Which one's my calc? Dawning Frost R1 now is equal to craftable, 1% better. That's fine if you don't want to craft an R5 craftable. So all in all, after all the calculation is done and dusted, let me go ahead and give you a full recommendation on these banners. Auxiliary weapons is also good, yeah. For NEFER. NEFER cares about 2 stats only. Crit and elemental mastery. Technically crit can be crit rate and crit damage, so that's 3. But whatever. Which is a rare case where some elemental mastery weapon is actually seeing good uses. Auxiliary weapon's good for NEFER. Mizuki's weapon's good for NEFER. Now good is a little bit iffy because that's about 4% better than craftable. Okay, let's go from the top. Get rid of all my dots here. Weapon banner review by Team Isbert. NEFER is a good character. On paper, her team damage is equal to Flynn's team damage. That is quite expert balancing from Hoyoverse right there. NEFER and Flynn's damage is both a little bit behind the best possible current Barca team and the best possible current Neuvillette team. Neuvillette, FURINA, NEFER, and Lauma. So Neuvillette Hyper Blooms, take of that what you will. Do you really play that team? That's up to you. But because right now there are so many contents that make nod-krai mechanics or nod-krai character just feel so much better to play it. For example, this abyss has this particular enemy that just needs us to play 2 nod-krai characters to deal with them effectively. Otherwise, we're gonna suffer. So, in reality, during the nod-krai patches, I still put both Flames and NEFER, even though their damage on paper is slightly lower than Versa and Novelet, I still put them above. This is the position I would put them. Mahuika and Skirks is still way above the rest in terms of their damage power, and they can brute force a lot of things. Immediately after is Flames and NEFER. Then Versa, Novelet, Alekino. Similarly, weapon, how much better from craftable? 4%. Let me double check on some other people's calculation. Alright, we have one. 2%. 2%. So NEFER is a good character. The other 5-star on the banner, FURINA, is a good character with a caveat. FURINA is still a character that can work in many teams, but she does not work with many of the top teams these days. The only top team that she's a part of and earn her place is Skirk team. Mahuika doesn't want to use FURINA. Kinish doesn't really want to use FURINA. No, Moalani doesn't want to use FURINA. I'm just listing most recent Natlan and then nod-krai carries. Chaska can use FURINA, but she just prefers Silali, Mahuika stuff. Actually, Chaska with the release of NEFER, FURINA NEFER is kind of fine. Versa prefer to use Overload team with Mahuika and Chavez rather than FURINA Xianyun variant. Flames NEFER doesn't really want to use FURINA. So, as the opposite of NEFER and Flames is having their value bumped up a little bit more during nod-krai patches, FURINA is having her value bumped up a little bit lower during nod-krai patches because her buff cannot be utilized effectively by the lunar characters. They do not care about damage bonus buff, which FURINA provides. Lunar character cares about their main stat and elemental mastery and lunar damage, which FURINA cannot provide. Too high background music? Okay, let me turn that down a little. I would still put them. FURINA is a versatile character. You just need to know who you're pulling for FURINA for, rather than just a brainless decision in the past, in Fontaine patches or in the early patches of Natlan. You need to think about, okay, who do I have? I have Skirk, okay, I can get FURINA and that's gonna be useful. I have Chaska, FURINA's gonna be kinda useful. I have Flames, no, don't pull for NEFER. I have Moalani, don't pull for FURINA. Road to 50k, nice. Ari, congrats on the 40k. We got Durian Yehoda leaks. I acknowledge that and I'm gonna take a look at that afterward, after the banner stuff. For the 4-star characters on the banner, Kaole is a decent minus character. She's situationally decent. We don't see her very often unless we look at some YouTube 4-star clear. She's not really the best option in any team. Yao Yao is in the same place. She's a decent minus, situationally decent. She's a healer that is mostly working in Dendro teams. Xingqiu is a good minus, situationally good. He's only the best in slot in some Hyper Bloom teams these days. And many of his upside, the new DPS doesn't really want, because the things that he provide best is hydro application, immense hydro application, and in some defensive utility because his rain source surrounding us gonna give us more interruption resistance. But many of the new DPS, it's just having interruption resistance baked into their kit. They are not easily interruptible, and they don't care about fast hydro application. Some of them don't even do normal attack. Looking at Varesa, looking at Chaska, looking at Molani. Flames can kind of use Xingqiu, but one of the other downside is that Xingqiu having a 21-second cooldown get him from joining some of the low cooldown teams. So overall, let me summarize. NEFER is a good character. FURINA is a good character. Alright, I should say it. NEFER is a good character that has her value slightly going up in nod-krai. FURINA is a good character but has her value slightly going down in nod-krai. Just slightly. College decent minus, Yao Yao decent minus, Xingqiu good minus. Overall, this is a... It's tough. It's somewhere in between decent and good minus. I'm gonna bump it to good minus just slightly, because at least for a new player, they can pull on this banner and have a team to play with NEFER. Technically, you can play NEFER, Carly, Yao Yao, Xingqiu, and call it a day if you don't have any better characters. So I'm gonna bump the value of the overall value of this banner up a little bit. Good minus. But if you have the best option for NEFER, obviously it's gonna be Lauma, Aino, potentially in the future Colombina, and then just a healer. You're good to go. You should be using that. We're getting 720 primos from update maintenance conversation, right? I believe so. A lot of sources have been echoing that opinion. So I think it's official. It may have been official. I did not check. Because the update maintenance time is longer. Instead of 5 hours, it's now 7 hours. Probably they are giving a longer update time to make sure that Genshin Impact Miniature Wonderland is working correctly. Is NEFER a good DPS outside of her shield enemy? She is slightly below Varesa. If you want to know where NEFER is in the meta, if we are not counting for the shield, Flames and NEFER will be right here, in between Novelet and Alekino. Instead of being here, they're gonna be right here. If they're fighting into non-shield enemies for themselves. NEFER's 200 EM got nerfed to 100 EM. Yes, that's correct. I believe Hoyoverse was watching the creators in early access discovering a new combo for NEFER that makes her rotation goes faster while doing the same damage. So overall, if you can do better damage in the shorter time, that's better, right? So they nerf her to compensate for that. They're like, no, we want NEFER to be at this exact strength. And if people discover a tech to make her better than what we expect, before she go live, we're gonna adjust that a little bit. She's going back to exactly where she was before people discovered the new tech on her. It is what it is. She's not even released yet, that's fine. Yeah, I think probably a lot of YouTube is rage baiting and also clickbaiting. Oh my god, NEFER! NEFER! More like NEFER! There will be some people, a group of people that are outrageous by this. I think it's absolutely fine. I think Hoyoverse has a vision on how strong they want NEFER to be, and they stick to that. That's okay. Me, I am slightly disappointed that she is not stronger. It's like getting a glimpse of something better, but then we're going back to exactly where we were. But I'm not gonna blame Hoyoverse for that. They're just doing their job, and that's honestly doing their job well if they decide to balance things effectively. Alright, let's keep going with the banner review a bit. FURINA is a good character with the value slightly going down in nod-krai. Still the same 4-star cast, Collei decent minus, Yao Yao decent minus, Xingqiu good minus. Now out of all of the characters in here, only Xingqiu can kind of sometimes work with FURINA in some kind of double hydro team if you don't have Yelan. There's not much synergy here, and I believe this is just a decent banner. You need to have a reason, a character that you know will work with FURINA if you care about meta. Of course, if you like any of the character here and you just want to have them, go ahead. This recommendation is based on meta perspective, and you may just consider it in addition to your preference whenever you pull. NEFER is barely better than Flint's. She's kind of just equivalent now. They are equivalent, very equal. That's honestly impressive how they can make the two widely different teams so much equal. They put Collei on the banner and still give a free copy in an event. Yeah, they do. Technically, C4 Collei is the only valuable constellation for Collei. We all got Collei for free, by the way, from Abyss. C4 Collei is the only important constellation on her. It gives 60 elemental mastery for the entire team. All of her as a constellation is either helping her with a little bit of energy recharge or helping her with a little bit more damage. Doesn't matter, she doesn't really do damage. 4-star disappointing, yeah. Alright, let's take a look at the weapon. I have spent a large amount of stream time to calculate these weapons so that I can give you accurate advice on them. Both of these weapons, NEFER's weapon and FURINA's weapon, they are both in the category of low base attack. Hold on, let me put the weapons on. Low base attack and high crit substat. FURINA's weapon is in the same boat, low base attack and high crit damage. So inherently, these weapons gonna favor and be better on the characters that do not care about attack and care about crit more. If a character cares about attack at all, or the majority of the damage is scaling off attack, don't let the crit damage deceive you. It's still not that good on them. Base attack is important. Base attack is what multiplied by any attack percent stat that a character have from their kit, from the buff, from the artifacts. It is multiplied. I can give you an example. I have calculated the new NEFER weapon for a few characters. For Novelet, NEFER signature weapon is 10% better than the free-to-play option. Prototype Amber, signature weapon is 30% better, 34% better. For Mualani, NEFER signature weapon is 14% better than craftable R5, and signature weapon is 27% better. So it's respectable, it's somewhere in between. But Varesa, which is a character that scales from attack, due to NEFER signature, even though it has a lot of crit damage, it has low base attack. So NEFER signature is a much less of an improvement for Varesa. Only 4% increase when Varesa's signature is 21% increase. Same goes with Risley, which is also another character that cares about attack. Even though he kinda uses a little bit of elemental mastery buff on the weapon, it's still just a 4% increase from Whipset for him. His signature is 14%. Let me look at that real quick. Must make your novelette better, must make novelette better. Is C2 FURINA useful, or do you just save the rest for during after you get C1? C2 FURINA is useful to increase the overall team damage of novelette team, but it's not directly increasing novelette's team damage. It's kind of ish. Here, let me read it for you. What is Constellation 2? You know what, let's go through FURINA Constellation anyway, because FURINA has been out for a while now and many people may be consider pulling Constellation on her. FURINA C1 is giving her more fanfare and increase the upper limit of her fanfare. So increase the baseline of the buff. So at the minimum, even if we don't have healing, when we first cast the burst, we already have 150 fanfare. The original is only 300 fanfare. 300. So already half of the original. Now it also increased the maximum fanfare by 100, so up to 400. So the ceiling of that is higher. Overall, all that mumbo jumbo aside, it's usually around a 7 to 8% increase to FURINA's different teams that can make use of her burst buff. Now C2 is a little bit complicated. It increases the rate that fanfare is stacked by healing. So in a team that has less healing, she can still somewhat easily stack to the maximum. And in a team that already has abundance of healing, she now converts any overflowing fanfare to her HP, so FURINA can do more personal damage. It benefits both teams that has low healing and team that has high healing. Low healing, more fanfare now. High healing, okay, overflow fanfare, more damage for FURINA. All that aside, it's usually a 10% increase for the teams that can use FURINA's buff and has healing. It doesn't matter whether the team has low healing or high healing, it's still on average a 10% buff. Was Endurance Hydro Reset removed? I will have to probably take a look at that after this. Okay, let me just go through the banner and be done with the chat. Hold on. I'm excited for the League stuff. Now, here's a caveat. For NEFER's weapon, let's start with NEFER's weapon first. NEFER's weapon is best in slot for NEFER. It's about 24% increase to NEFER's damage. Unquestionable. It is also a... It's a good minor stat stick for a few characters that do not scale from HP, like Novelette, Mualani. Let me look at the Catalyst character. Damage dealer. Mualani, Novelette. Ryza is so-so. Ryza is so-so, as we have just pointed out. Yamiko is not really... Yamiko's damage doesn't really matter these days. And that's kind of it. You can technically use it on a meme Lauma DPS build. That's it. So it's only a good minus stat stick. Some character can use it decently well, but only a subset of characters can do that. Same goes with FURINA's signature weapon. Only good minus, only a few characters that do not care about attack and care more about crit, can use it effectively. So that's gonna be Alhaitham, Chiori, Keqing. That's it. The characters that want scale from attack is often wanting a weapon that has a balance of high base attack and some crit. Also, FURINA's weapon passive cannot be used by anyone else other than FURINA. When equipping characters' current HP increase or decrease, elemental skill damage increased. When other party members' current HP increase or decrease, the equipping character's max HP is increased. Only this part is usable in a team that has FURINA as well. And the biggest atrocity of all is that FURINA's weapon is more often than not even usable on FURINA. Because FURINA's buffing power is so good that we often prioritize that over her personal damage. So we use a weapon that has energy recharge. FURINA's weapon is basically only usable when there are another Hydro character in the team. Preferably Novelet. Good minus, good minus. Let's look at the 4-star cast. The star of the show right here is the new spear. I did some calculation for the new spear. It is pretty much an upgrade to the most prominent spear or polearm of field damage dealer right now. Emily using the new spear is pretty good. From even at low ER, it's already equal, or at higher refinement. Well, it's slightly below deathmatch. But when the ER need rises, because the new spear has a energy recharge passive, if we can use more of the energy recharge passive, the new spear becomes more impressive. At 130 ER, new spear gives Emily better damage than deathmatch, which is the battle pass weapon. At 180 ER, new spear absolutely mock deathmatch. And here's the option, Primordial Jetwing Spear, the 5-star spear. Now do note that Primordial Jetwing Spear cannot stack its passive from off-field, so that's explain the lower damage number. Escovia is in similar boat. At lower ER, new spear is kind of around somewhat equal to deathmatch, but at higher ER, it absolutely mocks deathmatch. NEFER, once again, very similar, low ER, a little bit less than deathmatch, high ER, better than deathmatch. Now, I do want to note that the new spear is also competing not with only damaging spear out there, but also for bonus weapon. Because in the situation where we have high energy recharge needs, we're likely looking at Fav. And even though Fav is still doing less damage than the new spear, 96%, 102, 114, 96%, 102, 119, 85%, 108, 124. Fav has the perk of helping the spear holder's teammate. So NEFER can give more for bonus particles to Flints. So Escovia can give more for bonus particles to FURINA, Shenhe, Yelan in the Skirk team. Emily Kinnish doesn't need as much for bonus, and this is probably gonna be the new best spear for Emily. Do keep that in mind. And I want to remind everyone something else. To get an R5, okay, to get this spear specifically on this banner, this spear, we need to win a 50-50 to get an on-banner 4-star rather than an off-banner 4-star. And then after we win the 50-50, we need to win a 20% and 1 in 5 chance of getting the exact spear. That is a 10% of getting this spear whenever we get a 4-star. The accumulated chance of getting this spear, this exact spear at R5. To get it, we need to spend more than getting 2 copies of a 5-star weapon. So do keep that in mind. I do not recommend wishing for this spear specifically, but if you want another weapon, this spear can be a nice bonus on the side. The new catalyst is pretty nice on NEFER, but once again, at R5 it's not even as good as NEFER's weapon. And by the time you get this new catalyst R5, you already got 2 copies of NEFER's weapon anyway. Don't wish for this thing. You just wish for this if you want NEFER stuff. It's gonna be cheaper and doing more. The sword right now is only usable on Skirk, and it's not even that great. It's only for Skirk team that only use burst. If you do any normal attack on Skirk, it's worse than the craftable weapon from Fontaine, Final the Deep. Finally, we have Fab Bow at good minus and the bell at bad. Overall, let me repeat. Best in slot for NEFER. NEFER's weapon is best in slot for NEFER and good minus stat stick. FURINA's weapon is not even best in slot for FURINA sometimes. Good minus stat stick. Bow, Fab Bow, good minus. The sword, the new sword, decent. The new catalyst, decent, that can become good minus at very high refinement. The new sword is good minus, and the bell, the claymore here is bad. Overall, this is also, let me try to average it out. Holy crap, what was it? Good minus, decent, good minus, decent, bad, good, decent. Good minus bad. Go with that. Good minus. I should talk about NEFER C1 too. I should. Thanks for reminding me. So, for the people that is looking toward NEFER's weapon, you may also ask yourself, hey, is NEFER C1 or NEFER weapon better? NEFER's weapon is about a 24% increase, and NEFER C1, according to my calculation, is about a 22% increase. Let me double check. It's very close. Some other people that theory graphs have slightly different numbers than me. Some people has the constellation slightly better than weapon. Some other have weapon slightly better than constellation. This is me. My calculation signature is 24% increase. C1 is 21% increase. But I would say that it is close enough that you can consider wishing for C1 or R1 based on your preference, and you would not notice the difference too much. That is the difference of around 1 or 2 artifact substats. You can take a look at the banner and say, alright, I like Xingqiu. I don't have Xingqiu C6 yet. I'd like to have Xingqiu C6 for some of my teams. I also maybe like a copy of Yao Yao, she's cute, something like that. Then you may prefer C1. If you look at this and you say, oh my god, shiny new weapons, you may prefer to wish on the weapon banner. It's entirely up to you. I say this is a rare case where a character do not have an inherently better weapon or C1. That it is entirely up to you and your preference on what you want to wish for. It's nice. To be honest, if you lost from the first C1, you have a guaranteed. Yes, if you wish for a weapon, be prepared to go all the way if you fail, if you lose. Otherwise, the fate point's gonna be lost. If you only have enough to go to 1 5-star, I would suggest to go for C1, because if you lose, you have the guarantee save up for the next banner anyway. But if you lose on the weapon banner, the fate point's not gonna be saved. But if you have enough wish, you just been saving, you know that you're gonna get NEFER's something, C1 or R1, you can go all the way. And the chance of getting a weapon and the chance of getting the chance of getting a 5-star weapon and the chance of getting a 5-star character is somewhat similar. Weapon banner has a lower soft pity but a harder chance of winning, because it's technically a 37.5% against 62.5% losing. You can lose to a standard weapon banner, you can lose to a FURINA's banner with weapon, you can lose to FURINA's weapon. It's a higher chance of losing. So it balances out. Weapons have been getting really niche, so you can see why C1 is appealing. It's okay. Nefer's weapon is one of the weapons that could be used on some other weapons, so on some other characters. It has a high crit substat and low base attack, so generally if a character scales not from attack, they can make use of this weapon. The prime example is just Molani and Novelat. There are some use cases. Some people swear by an universal weapon. Some people just swear by just a constellation for a character, a straight upgrade, and don't even think about it, don't even have to level up anything else. And both options are okay. You can technically also try to wish on this banner, and this is so bad, I don't recommend it, but I know some people will do it. You can try to snipe the 4-star catalyst without going all the way for a 5-star. And that will give you something. Alright, was that the end of the Yap Fest, chat? Any question before we look at some links? Well, for next patch. I try to be as thorough as possible as with any other weapon or banner review and recommendation. Let me do a quick summary. Nefer good, having her value slightly increased in nod-krai patches. FURINA good, but also having her value slightly decreased lower in nod-krai patches because less people care about damage bonus buff from FURINA. Kaole decent minus, Yao Yao decent minus, Xingqiu good minus. Overall banner, this one is good minus because at least for a newer player, this banner does provide a complete Nefer team for them. There's a little bit of synergy. This banner has less synergy, it is decent banner, even though it's the same 4-star. Weapon, best in slot for Nefer and good minus for other characters. Sometimes best in slot for FURINA, good minus for other characters. 5-bow good minus, sword decent, catalyst decent to good minus at high refinement. Spear good minus, Claymore don't even show up in my account ever, but overall it is good minus. You just found out that Nefer got nerfed last minute, you're sad. It is heart wrenching. It is a fresh wound indeed. It is sad. I can now no longer glaze my Nefer to be so good anymore, close to Skirk anymore. Now she is close to Flint again. The Sumeru sword evades you and it makes you so frustrated you try to snipe the 4-star. Sumeru sword? Which one? Oh, the sword that gives elemental mastery and gives some energy recharge to the team? Is that the one? I mean, I think they do different things. It's crazy how Nefer got nerfed twice and still plays this high. I mean, if anything, that shows that Hoyoverse really care about balance now rather than this character breaking everything in the game. And nowadays people still discover new combo for her to make she even more broken. A lot of people, me included, I am saddened by the fact that Nefer is nerfed, but I think it's more healthy for the game Like if the nerf brings her way too low, I will not be happy with it. But the nerf brings her right next to Flint's, and that's exactly what balancing should be. Then I guess I'm okay with it. There will be some people that are just real passionate and will be more salty and potentially can say bad things to Hoyoverse, which is understandable. But we're gonna try to steer away from negativity, chat. They need to nerf her more. Nerf her more. Never gonna give you up. She will. You're bullying Nefer, you're on 60 PD, you have Llama and on a 50-50. Nice! You have everything ready for the queen to come home and step on you. Wait. Wait. Your flame's too golden? He is. You're not happy with it? Nefer's still Nefer, so you don't care? Yeah, I mean, I'm not too happy about that either, but I have come to the acceptance phase of the griefing process. It's fine. You lost on 79 pity to Jade in ZZ. Oh, I'm sorry. But Jade? Who's Jade? Does ZZ even have Jade? No. It feels bad that they only nerfed her after getting free advertising from early access. It is. It does feel bad. Though they did bombard us with every time of the early access video creator server that, hey, this is subject to change, this is subject to change. They bombard us with that every single time. I like to think of that as the early access stuff is still, they kind of saying, hey, we are still in the development process. Come try out during our development. Here is the unfinished product. Remember that it's subject to change. A lot of games do that nowadays. A lot of games have early access and they change things all the time. It's not just Hoyoverse. It's probably just because the Hoyoverse release cycle is so short. They have to release a character every 6 weeks, and then sometimes they have to make last minute change in the last week, and it can feel like a fresh wound when that happens. I think that's why it kind of stings. Generally, I try to keep somewhat a balanced views and on things rather than I immediately assume the other party to be malicious. It generally makes me having a more sane mind and not constantly on rage mode all the time. Yeah. You can't rage bait me! Says Timmy as he's raging. Harry, you can't rage bait me! Weirdo, you! That looks like an Oron weapon. Which one? You at 61 pity will guarantee you have about 100 pulls and 10 pity on weapon banner, guarantee limited should you go for a weapon. You can if you want. I mean, the decision to go for a 5-star item either on weapon banner or character banner, even if you have pity, it's still getting a 5-star item. Even if you have high pity, that is also the pity you can use to get another weapon, or that's the pity you can use to get another 5-star. You can choose to get this 5-star Nefer or her weapon, or you can get to choose to get the next 5-star Colomina, Durin, Vaka. It's a conscious process of thinking, and during the banner review, I can only do my best to give the objective information. At the end of the day, it's still gonna be your decision. Given all the information of how strong a character is, you will likely weigh in, hey, how much I like this character, how much do I like their presence in the story, how much I like their design, and then weigh everything up. I can only give you the numbers, and that's like I can tell you that I like NEFER. I will go for NEFER, but would that help you? I don't think so. I'm trying to present it in a funny way. Don't take it as me. What's the word? Rage baiting you or belittling you. Look at event weapon leg. Okay, chat. If there is no more question, it's gonna go away in 1 minute. We're gonna start looking at some new leg stuff of the next patch because I am excited. I just want to be thorough with the banner thing. I'm gonna give you 1 minute, chat. Any last minute question on the upcoming banners? I will still be gladly answering those questions when the banner is already coming out on Wednesday. If you want to come to my stream and ask, but you can ask that now. $500+ pulls, damn birds in rich. I do like saving. I hate the feeling of like it comes from me. The first few 5-star that I get, I lost all of them. So it has been hard-coded in my brain that if I want something, I just save to get that character even if I lose everything. And I just generally save a lot. Pull your NEFER? Sure. On Wednesday I'll pull your NEFER. You have to leave before team check legs discussion. Alright. You make sure you have enough pulls for guarantee. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way. Take all the nail biting out of pulling. I want this, I'll get it. That's it. I'm gonna be honest, I will get C0 R0 NEFER at first, and I will play her. If I have a good time, I'll pull more. I'll pull either C1 or R1. Because as much as I can look at early gameplay footage, and as much as I can look at number, the feeling of playing a character is kind of important too. And I also want to do the R conquest more, get to know more of her character before I go full standard. Quick TC question, how much DPS would you need to clear die like Keeper guy without nod-krai characters, and would Skirk Premium do it where Skirk C2 R1 and Scopia C1 R1? Okay, that's an interesting question. That's gonna take a bit to answer. Let's go with that. Okay, let's close some of my apps, or actually try to merge them together. That can go, that can go. ER, let's leave it here. Yeah, weapon comparison. And we finish this later. Station Onslaught. It's decently easy to calculate. This dude, we know his mechanic now because he's in Spiral Abyss. His first HP bar will be 8 million. 81,000. Good enough. We can do 446. Why not? After we reduce his red HP to 0, we now have to reduce his gray HP to 0. So if we do not have any nod-krai character, we have to reduce the gray HP at only 65% effectiveness. only 65% of our damage is going through. Let's you know what, Excel is probably easier for this. I hate it. I hate that it looks like this. There we go. The second time we kill the entirety of his gray HP, we have to do that at 60%, 65% in efficiency. That's gonna be divided by 65%. That is how much damage we need to do. Number. There we go. Number. Let's reduce this. There we go. Yeah, that's good. In total, we're gonna have to do this plus this. Now, this is only if we can reduce his red HP and gray HP in an instant. But that doesn't happen. He's gonna not sorry, the summon doesn't matter. He's gonna revive himself and get more red HP. It's entirely dependent on how much gray HP we can reduce. At the very baseline, this amount of damage divided by how much? How long here? 1/22nd. At the very baseline, that's 173,000 damage per second we have to do without a 2 nod-krai team. That's the very baseline, if we can knock him out of his gray HP immediately. But the problem is, how much time we have when he's done again? We have no idea. I think it's like 5 seconds. Let's just roughly say the first time we reduce all of his red HP, we can do his gray HP damage until he is half, and then he revives. So that is roughly half of this. And now it is around 200,000 damage per second. A Skuxy 2-on-1 team does have the potential to do this damage. Don't get me wrong. GCC made up. Database? No. Impact? Database. Skuk? Escovia? FURINA? Shanhe? Full C0R0 team is doing 130,000. Let's do a Skuk C2. Hold on. Skuk C2. $165,000. Skuk C2 R1. What's her weapon name again? Azurelite. Surely I'm gonna misspell this, right? Azurelite. Refinement 1. What is this again? Grid red. Attack trial, Skuk as start. Final the deep galleries. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's go final the deep galleries. Weapon Azurelite. Good enough. Bruh. There's no Azure Light in here. Get me out of here, game. I definitely spell Azure Light wrong, chat. How? Azure Light. Azure Light. Oh, is it because I capitalized a letter? Then so ass. Please, thank you. Close. Close. 200,000. It's doable, but it's extremely close. And this is assuming you hit everything. You don't have any part of skill issue. You don't get knocked back by the enemy. You execute everything extremely perfectly. Then, in that case, it is close. This is a rough estimation. Rough estimation. Generally, if you are a tryhard, your artifact is probably better than the standardized artifacts anyway. And you probably have level 10 talent anyway. Make sure to level 10 talent all the ones that matter. And it's possible. It's possible. You can... If with C2's R1 Skirk, you can plan around having Skirk trying to brute force that boss. Vivek, hopefully that answers the question. It's having a little bit of hand wavy assumption, but I believe they are close enough for napkin buff. You cannot always deal damage to white HP, I know. Here. Here. Let me try a closer calculation. With 200 damage per second, how long does it take to reduce this amount of ray HP? Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Wait, that's more than I thought. Hold on. How long does this motherfucker stun again? Sigurd. Genshin. Time to get the note down. Time to get the note out, chat. Let's count the seconds.
Rev the engines!
We are on a tangent today, chat. Hello, treasure holder. Let's count how many seconds it is needed. Okay, hold on. Boom, boom. Where's Ian-san? My god, Ian-san. Where is she? There we go. Shan-Yun. I'm not care enough about the other side. Let's just go with this. Boom. There's a hoarder! You'll be pulling on the weapon banner and really want to avoid FURINA's weapon. I hope the best to you.
Teamwork is true. Suffer the wrath of each breath from the
The weapon? Hold on.
incinerate. Full throttle. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Get to work. Eat lolling. Eat papa. Light up the blazing sun.
Okay, let's count the second, chat. From the moment he's stunned to the moment he stands up. I refuse 6? Oh no! Ari! Make sure to eat some comfort food, wrap yourself in a nice blanket and rest on your bed. Your tooth broke? Okay. I guess that the food is out of the table then, I'm sorry. Food is out of the table, oh shit.
The light will never die!
Shower you with praise. Let my name echo faster, stronger. Yeah. Make way for the charge. Yeah.
I'm gonna pay attention to the time that he is stunned.
The darkness!
10. 3 seconds. Damn. Stun for 3 seconds.
Justice o'clock.
Okay, hold on.
Strike a pose. Time to
What about the next time he's stunned?
control freak. Let strike cloud confirmed. Yeah. Kapow. Hero incoming. Yeah. Hero incoming. Yeah.
39. 8 seconds. Okay, let's see if he gets stunned more and more as it progresses. Ah! Ah! Oh! Get away from me! Alright,
Make way.
we good.
Hero incoming. Yeah. Yeah. It's justice o'clock.
Okay, that was 4. It's 8 seconds, chat. It's freaking 8 seconds, chat. He's stunned for only 8 seconds. Hello, Dinev. That is so cooked. That is so fucking cooked. Okay, we have to write a equation out here. Gotta map this, gotta note this out. X equal 12.5 divided by 8. It's x2. x1 equal to... No, this is not the one. This is not the one. So if we say X is the damage per second, we need to clear this. And it has to be within 120 seconds. Then we have the equation of total HP, big HP, equal 120 second times X. I should use a different symbol for this. We can use the dot. It's turned into a math stream, chat. Now HP is fluctuating, depend on how fast we can clear. It's gonna consist of the first 8.18. My handwriting is terrible on computer. plus a total of 12.5. But the extra HP that it heals, it depends on how much gray HP we can reduce. Fuck, what is the equation here? The speed at which we can reduce this HP within 3 seconds. It's 3x plus 8x plus 8x. $12.5. Now assume that we can only reduce it by x. Let's break this down more. $3x, and we need to multiply this by 0.65 because that's how our damage is reduced by, times x. Take this amount, get 8.18 reduced by that, and then we have to kill this amount of HP, repeating until we're done. I think it's much better for me to just try to plug a number in and see it works rather than writing out a full equation. Assuming x is 300, 1000 obviously. The first phase of reducing the HP is going to take divide by this amount. Then, within 3 seconds of the boss being stunned, we can reduce the HP by the max HP, or filling in the gray HP, by 300 times 0.65 times 3 seconds. That is how much HP we can reduce from the enemy. Next up, we are having this amount of HP remaining. And we need to take this amount of time to reduce it to 0 within the next 8 seconds. Just making sure, yep, that's right. 8 seconds, we can reduce this much amount of HP, and we are left with this amount of HP. To reduce this amount of HP, we will need this amount of seconds. This is a 6. It's better. That's so trash. What the fuck? Wow, that is actually so trash. Wow. What? I grossly underestimated how long it would take to reduce the max HP, the gray HP here. No, my mistake, chat. If you don't have a 2 nod-krai team, don't even try. Just don't. Straight up don't. Some of all of this. Okay, and now he's dead. One six. Okay, take this number. Copy paste here and divide this by this number times 0.5. I think this is probably the maximum that can be attempted here. Woo! Okay. You're gonna need somewhere in between. Man, you're gonna need somewhere in between 300,000 DPS and 400,000 DPS. That's a big range. Let me narrow it down a little. Okay, there we go. You're gonna need 350,000 DPS. Holy fucking shit. That if you manage to time it very well, during the 3-second window and the 8-second window, and you try to concentrate a lot of DPS into that, you can get the time to be in favor of you. But that's gonna be having to be a full out attempt, and you have to map everything out. Remember that as the enemy is reducing HP, the threshold until you should be doing great HP damage is changing constantly. So if I only have to reduce here, for example, if the enemy has about this much HP left,
Let's Strike cloud confirmed.
Everlasting starlight! Dispel the dark!
it's good. My time until I have to do the nook is changed from if we have this amount of HP, and now the time until I have to do the nook is different.
Dispel the dark!
Too strong.
So what you have to do is you have to methodically, with your amount of damage that only you can know for your team, you have to feel it out. Maybe 2 rotations and then a nook, and then 1 rotation and then a nook, and then half a rotation and then a nook. Methodically map all that out and execute perfectly. That's why a calculation like this is flawed. It's all depend on whether we can do as much damage as possible to the gray HP or not. Damage per second, it's a nice number to represent a team, but it's not always like that, right? Because there are times that we set up a support that we almost do no damage, and there are times that we on field the main DPS and then the damage jumps up, something like this. This is the graph of damage. So first few seconds when we just set up with support, the damage is looking like this, but then when the on-field DPS comes online, it's looking like this. If the great HP happens to be during this period, we're fucked. We have to time it to be here. And in the Skirk team, it is nice that we can have an option to nuke with the burst, and it's probably looking something like this. And then it stays for a while. Let's just say it's here and it stays for a while because Skirk nuke cannot do damage constantly.
So, wanna trade?
It's very player dependent. I would say the chance is extremely slim. But perhaps in the future, when the Stygian Onslaught comes out, the number is not in favor of you. I'll say that upfront. But perhaps when Stygian Onslaught comes out, you can sit for a few hours and find a rotation that works. I would say it's much more favorable to put Skirk into this thing than this guy. See, this is about almost 2 times the HP, from 8 million to 12 million. It's like 1.5 times HP. Look at this guy. It's 3 million to 8 million. It's more than double. This gal is about double, 7 million to 14 million. This is the nod-krai show.
No matter how
this is when Genshin says have the new characters or don't even try or have C6 stuff.
Squash it all down. Take a deep breath.
I may be more content putting Skirk into here, and if you have a nod-krai team, I will put that into here.
Too much time.
Hopefully that does shed some light into the question. I was actually surprised myself. I did not do that calculation before, so thanks for bringing that up. It takes a lot. You have the option, 3 option: NEFER, Skirk, Mahuika. Where is Skirk situated and everyone? I would put Skirk into the... It's not great either. I would actually put Skirk into this boss. It depends on what your constellation on FURINA is. This boss gonna prevent healing by a lot, so FURINA C0 will be useless. FURINA C1 will provide some value because her C1 pre-stacks fanfare. But I think Skirk will have the best chance against this. Mahuika you can put against this and try to... Mahuika you can put against this and try to set up cryo aura on the boss so that you can melt constantly with her pro gamer combos. After we break the shield of this boss, it can infuse itself in an element and get a permanent aura of it. So it's kind of like a Hydrotopa, but we can cheese it to get a cryo aura that we can constantly melt with Mahuika. And then finally, NEFER, just put her against this. It's so nod-krai coded, it's not even funny. But I think that would be your best bet. It's definitely doable. Alright chat, enough stalling. Let me look at the chat real quick. Yeah, okay. Cool, let's look at legs. If you don't want to see legs, if you don't want to lick all over the place, cover your eyes. We're licking all over the place. Alright chat, you will probably need to... Oh boy, that's some spicy artwork. Okay. If you want to know what I'm looking at, go to my Discord server and look into leg updates channel because I am hesitant to show these on my screen when I'm live streaming. Hoyoverse can go for my ass. But what I'm looking at is this alongside with some other Discord servers. Okay, we got the splash art for Yehoda and Durin. Nice. That looks beautiful. What? Why is there two versions of Durin splash art? The hell? What? Okay, I'll take that. Yehoda! Durin animation. You can listen, chat, but I cannot show that on stream. Oh, it's not land. What's he doing? The ash in my hand? Bro's so introvert. He's falling asleep, by the way. Alright, walking, nothing exciting there. Sword user. Fly up with his wing? Okay. They're cooking. Very cool. And give me his abilities though. Okay, turn on the fire, sure. Is that the burst that he throws the fire forward? No, that's not the burst. This is the burst. Ah, so off-field damage. New strong link unlocked, chat. Burst to do damage from off-field. Oh, two modes. I see. So this is probably what they're cooking with the two different modes for Durin. One is probably doing more damage and the other is doing less damage while providing buff. Okay, you hold up, my girl. Yehoda will save us, chat. All these enemies that need two nod-krai characters to solve. We can use I know Yehoda together. We don't need to pull no 5-star. Oh my god, she's having a hand like a NEFER. That's cute. Yehoda, do something cool right now. Alright, walking, that's fine, because we know how characters walk. Bow, normal attack, that's cool, but it probably doesn't matter. A Nemo charge attack, very cool. A lot of flare right there. User skill! Oh shit, okay. That's probably just... What does that do? Oh! Wait, is she an on-fielder? Shanglik Bao Grip? This is Durin's signature weapon. I can probably show the art and it's fine as long as it's not animation. Cool. What does it do? Venti signature! What? Hello? Hello? Event bow. Okay, that's trash. That's fine. Hex and Circle character. Razor, Mona, Durin, Venti, Albedo, Official, Sucrose, Klee. TCG, that's fine. Weekly boss. 6.3 gonna have a weekly boss. Okay. I'm not gonna look into spoiler for who that is. Rhythm game multiplayer. Wait. Rhythm game multiplayer. Damn. Razor buff, indeed. Avatar lady. Oh my god. Alice gonna appear briefly, maybe? Or maybe she's just whispering and we don't even see her. Okay. Dragon spine stuff? What is this? Okay, Hex and Circle buff. Chat. Complete the related witch coursework quest to unlock corresponding characters' additional talent. Note that the skills and constellation effect of some characters will also change when that happens. In addition, when you complete the relevant witch coursework quest, the corresponding characters will become arcane characters and will obtain the arcane rite effect when you reach a certain number of arcane characters in your party, which further enhance your arcane character. Unlocking criteria. Each witch coursework quest corresponds to one character. Obtain the corresponding character and leveling up the corresponding character to level 1 or higher to unlock the relevant quest. Okay, fair enough. I want to see the buff. The hell is this? The 2 refined argent fields created by Albedo X himself can exist for 20 seconds after creating a solar increase nearby party member normal charge and plunge, elemental skill and elemental burst damage based on Albedo's depth. He is now a buffer. Every 1000 depth increase damage by 4% up to 12%. Okay. 20 seconds after creating this, increase nearby plunge based on Albedo's depth. Every depth. Wait, what? Oh. So it's kind of 2 buffs in one. Okay. 42% is not bad in total. Mona, when Mona charge normal attack hit enemies, she gains 1 stack of illusory bubbles lasting 8 seconds, stacking up to 3 times and can be gained once every 0.1 second. When other party member trigger vaporize, all stack of illusory bubble are consumed and each stack increase that duration damage by 10%. 3 times the stack. 30% reaction damage is pretty good. Mona normal charge attack hit enemies, she extends the duration of Omed. Oh my god! 2 seconds up to 8 seconds total. This effect can occur once every 0.5 seconds. Is this good? At the very least, we can just do 1 normal attack, right? And that ultimately extend the omen to 2 more seconds. The current omen duration is only 5, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the maximum. 2 seconds is pretty nice. Not gonna lie, it's not gonna be huge stuff, but it's pretty nice. Sucrose for 15 seconds after summoning a small wind spirit, increase nearby party member normal charge, plunging elemental skill, elemental burst damage by... Okay. 20 seconds after summoning a large wind spirit, increase Hex and Circle character. Okay. Sucrose buff is whatever. It's fine. She's a good character regardless. Honestly, I think it's fine. Razor during his burst, when Razor electro siege will overflow, a lightning strike will form upon enemy dealing... That's trash. Alright, moving on. How long does this burst last again? His burst lasts for a total of 15 seconds, so that is 15 times see, sport with 10, 12 times 150. It's okay. It's an, you know what, it's an okay buff. We have to see how impactful that is. When I'll be the rerun? Indeed. Free 4-star selector? What? Okay. Okay. This is mostly gonna be impactful for the people that do not have a good constellation official and do not have sucrose already. It's pretty nice. It depends on how good their buffs are that Razor could be worth it or not to get some constellation on him. I don't see any official buff though. That's weird. Official, I don't see the official buff. Is it later on? Oh, here we go. Official. While Oz is on the field, nearby party member gain the following bonus. For 10 seconds after nearby party member trigger an overloaded reaction, official and the current on-field character. Oh! 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 You know what this is equivalent? This is half of an artifact main stat. This is equivalent of a noblesse oblige buff. This is equivalent of tenacity buff. This is equivalent of extra pyro resonance. 10 seconds after nearby partner trigger an electro charge or lunar electro charge reaction, feature in the current on-field character gains 90 elemental mastery. It's less impactful. Technically, 90 elemental mastery is still also half of a main stat, EM main stat. EM main stat is 187 or 186, I cannot remember. But EM is usually less impactful. Overload is nice. Overload is really nice. Okay, we're gonna use visual in Overload again now instead of Auroron or Yensan. So we 20% attack percent, that's pretty good. How much does Auroron buff again? Three stack of 10%. Auroron buffs 30% attack at C6. It's relevant, I'll say that. Which team will she play in? Arlecchino? Yeah, Arlecchino Overload. Mahuika Overload. It's probably it. Yeah, it's probably it. Chlorine does not benefit a lot from this. Tom Fisher. Fisher damage is still important. We play Fisher for her damage and now she buffs as well. That's great, we'll take the buff. It's not suddenly making Fisher into a buffer. We still play Fisher for her damage and now she's better because of the buff. It's not. We should not play Fisher for the buff, for buffing. When there are at least 2 Hexen Circle type character in the party, the effect Arcane Rite is activated, enhancing. Alright, let me. So you can look at it as well. During, except for the duration, all effects of the innate talent loom abides by the are increased by 75%. Magister. Venti. While when Storm exists for 4 seconds after a nearby character activates trigger Sword, character's damage is increased by 50%. Oh, Venti is gonna be an Anemo buffer. Oh, is this a Vaka buff? Is this in preparation for Valka? I guess it can be Shao, anyone, any Anemo DPS. This is, yeah, Venti can technically also become a DPS. This is more for buffing an on-field character that's swore, so generally buffing another character as well. Venti can definitely do that. Klee, when Klee's normal chance, charge attack, element skill, or elemental burst hits an enemy with 1 stack of boom boost. Klee has 1, 2, 3 stack of boom boost. Charge attack enhanced by deal of their original damage. It's okay. It's not game breaking. Oh, that's all. For all 20 seconds after using elemental skill, when Albedo deals elemental skill damage to enemies, he creates a refined agent on field. If no solar Insonata created by Albedo exists on the field and Albedo has not fallen, the refined will get the same. Okay. Actually, you know what? These buffs are not that consequential. Klee's damage is not amazing anyway. And buffing her damage by 50% is still not that amazing these days. Albedo being able to buff, I guess it's kind of significant. 42% buffing is about half of FURINA's burst. I will have to think a little bit about the teams that we can place these characters in now. I know that Mona buffs will not change her playstyle and probably just gonna be straight up better. Sucrose buff will just be straight up better, but numerically it's not very important because Sucrose is already a good character. Razor remains to be seen how good he is. Fischl definitely just better now. Venti is gonna have some cool application. Look at his new weapon. Yeah, I've seen his new weapon. Hold on. I don't know the stat of the new weapon though. Has other place shared that? Alright, hold on. What is Weirdo on about? This whole discussion. Is that relevant to the lake? Oh, here, there we go. Very cool. Good shot. New Venti signature weapon 6.2. High base attack, crit damage. Dawn's Awakening Song. Wielder gain something something. After being out of combat for 3 seconds, increase normal attack, element skill, and element burst damage by this much. 60%. While combat, this damage bonus decreased by 10% until it drops to 0. When Wielder's normal attack, element skill element hits an opponent, the damage bonus for that attack type increased by 10 to a maximum of 60. Each attack type can trigger this effect once every 0.1 second. What? Okay. Additional, when the team has arcane right effect, hitting an opponent. So if a character do not continuously do damage to an enemy with any ability, they will lose the damage bonus buff. But as long as they continuously do damage, they are fine. Wait a minute, this bow is good on many characters. Hold on. This is just straight up good on many characters. Except for the last thing, Arcane Right, you get 20% more bonus. This is straight up 60% bonus. And high base attack with crit. Yelan can be. Yelan prefer crit and Yelan does not want any of base attack. May I raise you to Fischl? Who's a good character with this? Let me take a look at. Bow character. Jaska can use this. She likes damage bonus a lot. High base attack is good, great damage is good. Tartaglia tried, but he's released 5 years ago. Lene is okay. Tanari can use that. It's so universal actually. Mostly it's gonna benefit attack scaler a little bit more. I guess straight up Jaska official buff. That's it. Lene on the side. Yeah. Ganyu support. Yeah, when we support with Ganyu, we don't care about Ganyu's damage. I think at this point many people has Yelan's signature weapon. Probably just don't care. But it can be good on Yelan. 60% damage bonus with 44 crit damage is still something. In the situation where we want her to do damage, it's not gonna be staying permanent on her because most of the time she wants to use for bonus. Auroron, he's not doing damage, my guy. Hello, Aoi. When the old weapon, when the old weapon is, it's fine. Alright, am I missing anything here? Let's see. Update, let's see some other channels. Yehuda! Yehuda save us from 2 nod-krai team enemy. Yehuda I know on top. Echo for Albedo and Glee, by the way. I don't know if this has already been shared or not. Yep, visual is just good. Oh, hello there! Holy shit, we have kit, chat. We have kit! We have character kit! To London Raid, a Nemo healer with off-field coordinated attack that can be infused with Pyro Hydro Electro Cryo. Has a 100+ EM buff. This is Yehuda's kit. Coordinated attack gain bonus effects based on most common elemental type in party. Okay. Pyro, more damage. Hydro, more healing. Electro, more coordinated attack. Cryo, attack interval reduced by 10%. C2 lets you get the bonus effect of the second most common elemental type. Ah. C6 gives nod-krai character 5 crit rate and 40 crit damage. Oh. Hello? Wait, hello? This... We're gonna put her with NEFER, chat. This is the character. This is the NEFER 4th slot. This is the NEFER buff. Healer, by the way. Anemo, you asking? Wait, Timmy. She cannot hold VV in NEFER team. She hold Deepwood. If she does off-field coordinated attack, she hold Deepwood or she hold Silken Moon. With reading legs, we are. It's back element, we don't care about her damage. And in NEFER team, there's Hydro, so it's more healing. We don't care about infusion. We take 100 EM buff, we take healing, and we take off-field damage to trigger Silken Moon set. This is the NEFER teammate. It makes sense. C6 give nod-krai character 5 crit rate and 40 crit damage. Can she sword hydro? No, it doesn't matter. She hold deep wood. As long here. After elemental skill or burst hit opponent, target dendro resistance will be decreased by 30%. We don't care that she's a Nemo. We don't care if she's Geo. We don't care if she's Cryo. If she hits opponent, their resistance is reduced. Here, there's another set that she can use. When dealing elemental damage, doesn't matter, a Nemo, Dendro, Hydro, Cryo, Pyro, buff team. Did I read during Kid Lake? I did not. Hold on. We go one at a time. I'm actually interested in Yehoda because she is here. Do you see these fuck ass enemies? Fuck us because they fuck us in the ass. If we don't have 2 nod-krai characters. Now we have Aino for free from nod-krai. Then we have Yehoda, which we can potentially get as a 4-star from nod-krai. And then we have a Hydro and a Nemo character that can make a web team, that can make an electrocharge team, that can make a melt team, that can make not melt, sorry, web hyper bloom team, that can make whatever. Now we don't have to always put our nod-krai in here anymore. Stygian Onslaught, we need to use our NEFER, we need to use our flames on another boss. Yeah, NEFER, I know this. Easy. That's why a nod-krai 4-star is so important right now. Yehoda doesn't enable lunar reaction. She doesn't. The enemy also doesn't care about lunar reaction. They just care about ascendant gleam. Alright, let me share this to our Lake channel real quick. Put some chill music on as we looking through this. Soul music, why not? Chat. Would the buff come in 6.2? 6.1 is 2 days from now. It's not gonna come. This is Lex 1 patch from now. I'm gonna forward this to Lake channel so you know what I'm reading. This is from another server. And then this is the too long didn't read version of it. Did I look at Auron weapon? I do not even see it. Where? During GPT kit. It's because it's in Chinese and people try to translate it using GPT. And then this is too long didn't read version of it. Durin's kit. Animation, okay. Oh, okay. This is interesting to share. This is the level up materials. New 4-star bow, I see it. Venti sick, I'm gonna also share that. Yeah, you guys, if you don't know what I'm doing, just look into Discord server. And in Lake channel, I am sharing a few things that I don't think is already there. This is Durin 6. Alright, 2 more and I'll be done sharing, and then we're gonna look at a few things. Passive and Constellation. Yehoda English. Alright, we're done. Next discussion. Oh, that's one, okay. Free bow stat, energy recharge. Whisper beyond the sacred seat. When the wielder is off field, they attack hits opponent. Their attack is increased. I don't think this is an Oron bow. You know what's an Oron bow? Oron does 2 damage, chat. We don't buff his damage. I'll let you go. Hold on, let's see whether that is aligning with Yehoda's kit. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's trash. Okay, move on. Skill. Dashword. Entering Shadow Pursuit state. Oh, this is straight up a NEFER light kit. Yehoda moves rapidly. Nearby and affected by this. She converts her purring secret stash jar. Loaded when the duration ends or skill is recast. Empties the jar, dealing animal damage to nearby enemy. The jar becomes full. Ultimately release its content. Exit Shadow Pursuit and deal greater animal damage. Her dash does not hit enemy. Yehoda instead drops a smoke bomb and deal animal damage in AoE. Moonmark Full Radiance. A sudden gleam, I think. When the secret star jar is full, Yehoda would not immediately empty it. Instead, for a short period of time, she consumes the stored elemental energy. Blah 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 blah. Nearby enemy deal damage. Regen 2 energy. Many way to divine treasure. Smoke bomb. Okay, damage. Cool. Does nothing. Does 2 damage. Okay, what's next? Burst. Anemo damage. Okay, very cool. Trash damage. Actually, I know tier damage. Okay. Heal. There we go. Heal from attack. This is the bow for Yehoda. That's why we want attack for Yehoda. Is because she heals based on attack. It's not because of her damage. But we can still put her on for bonus anyway. Energy cost is 7D. Wow, we definitely put her on for bonus, chat. It's not a question. No. If there's at least 1 Pyro, Hydro, Electro, Cryo character in the team, do more damage, heal more, increase attack, reduce attack interval. When a character is above 70%, the character gains 100 elemental mastery for 6 seconds. Chat, I think I know where the first 100 elemental mastery go. Power distributed to Yehoda. Truly the boss, chat. WBY, welcome into the stream. We're currently looking at characters leak kit from the next patch, so 6.2. Now we know, chat. Look at constellation a bit. WBY. What about you? What about you? Nice pun. There we go. C1 is trash. We don't care about her damage. C2, Ascendant Gleam, is trash. We don't care about her damage. C3, is this the burst or is this the skill? Secret 2, Hunter 7 gadget. It's okay, it increases her healing. C4, it's okay, it gives her more energy, which is desperately needed, by the way. She has a 70 burst cost. C5, increase her damage, is trash. And finally, C6, character from nod-krai region. The body gains 5 crit rate and 40% crit damage. That is good. That is good. So this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter. C6. Another C6 4-star chat. Accept price. So someone say exploring Sumeru should be considered endgame content worse than Abyss and Theater. That's true. nod-krai chat. Google Translate this. Subscribe with you, thank you. What about you? Can't wait to play whole VV non-Luna team. True. So basically it boils down to this, chat. This character is a bow healer and she does some damage from bow field. She can activate some of the artifact passive that requires us to do damage. And the most important part of her kit is 100 elemental mastery. That's all she provides from C0 to C5. So if you just want to snipe one copy of Yeholder and be done, that's what you get. Healer with 100 elemental mastery buff, the active character. And if you want her C6, you probably have to wish for Durin as well. C2 Durin to get C6 Yeholder. Then you can buff either your flinch or your NEFER by 5 crit rate and 40 crit damage. What about Durin kit? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. And being an Anemo character at the very baseline, she can hold Viridescent Veneer. Durin kit. Okay, very cool. He ascends with crit damage. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, Yeholder ascends with healing bonus. Fair enough. I hope she heals a lot. Hold on. Let me cook real quick. She is likely going to have around 600 attack or 700 attack. And how much does she heal? Let's go be generous and give her 600 attack times 1.438 plus 1102. Extra healing for the lowest HP character. Is this team-wide healing? Is this team-wide healing? That's why it specifies lowest HP character? Oh boy, that's not a lot of healing. I can tell you that. Level 10. It's not a lot of healing. How often does she heal? That's the thing I want to know. Okay, if Hydro character is in the team, it's 1.2x healing, and there's always a Hydro character in Flint's team and NEFER team. Let's cope, okay? It's usable. It's usable. 18-second cooldown, yeah. Fuck. Man, that's mad. That's not great. So both of the healing being not much and the cooldown being 18 seconds means that we may have to skip her burst to heal every other rotation. NEFER, well, Flint want to play in a 16-second rotation. Flint doesn't want to wait for 2 more seconds and do physical attack on field. NEFER likes to play in, can be 17 to 18-second rotation. The one thing she needs to do, she doesn't do that well. Okay, healing bonus. Let's cope with healing bonus. You know what? Okay, I was too mean to her. Hold on. I was too mean. Alright, chill. 600 base attack plus 311 attack from the feather plus 1 main stat of attack. That's 300 more attack. Okay, I was wrong, chat. I was wrong. Chill. I was actually wrong. Times 1.438 plus 1102 times 1.2 for hydro healing times, let's say she has a healing bonus circlet. Let's cope. I don't remember what a healing bonus circlet gives. Okay, that's 4,000 healing. Okay, we're good, we're back. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Yehoda. You still my goat. 4,000 healing. Protect. You still have to wait for how often she heals. Every second or every 2 seconds or something. But at least the healing is good. There we go. Healing is burst. Kelani Josie. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Alright, chat, let's look at Durin's kit. So too long didn't read version. After using skill, use skill again to enter white dragon mode and use normal attack to enter black dragon mode. Theory stuff. Both lasting for 30 seconds, entering either gives him flat energy. Okay. Burst in both modes deal or feel pyro damage. White dragon burst is AoE, while black dragon has more movement or more damage, but mainly single target. Okay. White is AoE and black is more damage and single target. If he's in no mode, it defaults to white dragon. If in white dragon mode, triggering pyro reaction will reduce pyro and corresponding element resistance by 20%, except hydro and cryo. So he's saying screw hydro and cryo in particular. I don't play with you. I play with Sheres. If black dragon mode, his melt wave damage is increased by 40%. Wait, what? Okay, my mistake. I only play with hydro and cryo when it's me doing damage. Screw you and your damage in particular. I'm sorry, chat. If you want to do damage, you better be of a different element. Mind you. If there's at least one other hexagon circle, increase both rest and reaction damage by effect by 75%. Kalani Josie, I'm not interested. No vape, no melt. He can vape or melt. But other character that wants vape or melt, find some other support. He doesn't play with them. Is Xiangling getting replaced? She's already replaced by Mahuika. Okay. How much is this? Ooh, 70% damage bonus. That's quite a bit. 35 resistance rate? Okay. 35 resistance rate. And reminder, this is for both pyro and the element reacting with pyro, except hydro and cryo. So, if there's a swirl reaction, both pyro and the Nemo resistance will be reduced by 35%. If there's a crystallized reaction, both pyro and geo resistance will be reduced by 35%. Overload. What's the other one? Burning? Burning. Technically burgeon as well. Burgeon. You think people are not gonna use him as a DPS? But he does have supporting capabilities. Let's look at the full kit. Oh, signature weapon. Hold on. Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's a reference that's as old as time. Increase burst damage by 16%. When burst hits an opponent for 3 seconds, grant the Daylight Blade effect. Increase wielder's attack by this. Scale with refinement level. Okay. Attack increase. Increase attack of the current active character other than wielder by 12. Oh, it's a support weapon. Lovely. Additionally, if the team possesses an arcane rite effect, 2 mage character, the Daylight Blade effect is further increased by 75%. (20 attack), 21 attack. This says you do damage and I do damage. Durin is not a Molani buff, no. Durin is also not a Risley buff. Durin, however, is... Let me take a look at the character cast. Alright, let's take a look. Durin is... an Alekino buff. Hold on. Chill. I have to see his cooldown. It matters. 18-second cooldown. Oof. Alekino does not like 18-second cooldown. What does burst do? Alright. Durin is a Chaska buff. Well, at least giving Chaska option that is not Mahuika, so that we don't have to fraud and use Mahuika as a buff for Chaska and not use Mahuika as a DPS anymore. Durin is a chlorine buff. Sino, if you squint, you can play Overload with Chavez. Sino. Emily Kinich buff. Burning will buff reduce the resistance of enemy. Kinich mentioned. Lini. Navia. Raiden. Did I skip Varesa? I think I skipped Varesa, but should be a Varesa buff as well. Where's Varesa even? Oh, there she is. Durin will also buff Wanderer. And kinda Xiao. No, not really. Xiao prefers to use Shandyun, but Durin will buff Wanderer. That's pretty much it. That's quite a lot. Is Durin a Hydro character? He's a Pyro character. So mostly Durin's gonna buff the Overload cast. On the side, Durin will also buff Kinich Emily because of burning is a thing. Durin will buff Navia and potentially a new Geo DPS if there's any lining up. And Wanderer. Just because Wanderer does not really have any good character to buff him. And Wanderer can just use Durin as off-field character. That's it. Chaska having some side great option. Overload Durin Fish Roll, go fire. Absolutely. You wish they made Pyrocast more appealing for you? Yeah, basically Durin is Xiangling that buffs instead of just doing damage. I believe Durin will also do damage. As long as Durin does as much damage to Xiangling, I think his buffing will make him still more appealing. I believe Durin will also work with Varka, similar to how Durin will work with Wanderer. As long as there's a Pyro Sword happening in that team, Durin will buff. Xiangling Power Grab at last? Yeah. That is not really... Well, a Xiangling Power Grab that's not kind of fake because we want to use Mahuika as an on-field rather than off-field character. Is he better than Mahuika for Varesa? We don't know yet. At the very base, Durin will be 35% resistance threat and doing quite a bit of damage. What artifact set is he gonna hold? Wait, chat, is he gonna hold Emblem of Severed Fate? Chat is doing damage with his burst. No way! He is struggling. No way! Burst hit, burst damage. It's over, chat. Go back to Emblem. Actually, strip Xiangling of her clothing and give it to Durin. It's over, chat. Doing burst damage and have a 70 cost energy burst. It's over. That time I got reincarnated as a dragon. Channeling probably. Treat as burst damage. Oh, I know Weirdo is from smiling. If he's still here. He farmed the crap out of that domain. Not how you're sending us to that mine again, yeah. And I think Durin's damage does matter for a way to use that set on him. But going by the fact that his signature weapon is buffing his own damage. Did someone summon you? Yeah, Durin is using Emblem of Server Fit. What server do I play on? I play on Asia server, meep. Mostly. Shangling's cool. Strip Shangling blind is actually... Holy shit, just give everything that Shangling has. Well, I guess he doesn't care about elemental mastery that much. Well, he could if he play Web or Melt. Yeah. Oh. No, it's literally Shangling Whip, bro. It's literally 5-star Shangling. That's it. We can use him as a support in Overload and Burning Team, or we can play in a team that he deals primarily damage and enable him with Web or Melt by the on-field character. We can drive with Risley, we can drive with Ayaka and have Durin melt his damage from outfield. We can drive with St. Jill, that's National is back! How good is Durin for Morley? Not very. Unfortunate. Here, this line right here. Triggering Pyro reaction will reduce Pyro and corresponding element resistance by 20% and later improved by 75% more for a 30% total, except Hydro and Cryo. So that means if I trigger a Hydro or Cryo reaction, I am going to reduce enemy resistance to Pyro, but I don't care about you, Hydro or Cryo. Oh, let's go into the Black Dragon mode, where I can Web or Melt my own damage and do increased damage. No thanks to you, Hydro and Cryo. I'm not gonna buff your damage, I'm buffing my damage. Novelet driving. Oh my god, is this the buy patch? Buy patchly Novelet buff chat. This is the every other patch Novelet buff, that's true. About the man, make sure that Morality doesn't see more use. I actually don't know. Would that be a Novelet buff? Durin will not reduce Hydro resistance, but if Durin does enough damage, and we can just turn Novelet into a driver. Is Novelet getting the Tartaglia treatment with Shangling? Is Durin to Novelet, Shangling to Tartaglia? If he does enough damage? That'll be hella funny. That is probably a side grade option we can use, but Novelet still have many other options. Mandatory for Alice? I think it probably is. It's weird though, because Durin is released so early. I think Alice will probably be in at least after Columina, at least after Barca. So maybe a 6.5, 6.6 patch? Durin's released so early. I'm not used to this. I'm used to support releasing right before the carry they are supposed to use on. I'm trained by Hoyoverse to think that way. Or investments? Ari, there are plenty of teams that Novelet can still do good damage, just not with Durin. Probably. TTS holder for Skirk as go. It's funny. Alright, real quick. Of course she uses, sure. This thing. Okay, very cool. The knight. Sure, of course he uses a dragon mat. Oh, this is a new mat. Okay. Mondstadt. Go back to Mondstadt domain chat. Alright, so it's entirely, I think it is very promising. It's entirely depending on his number to see, and we have to do some calculation later on. I'm not gonna do it today. We're just getting hype over this, and that's fine. And obviously in beta there will be some changes up and down and sine wave emotional roller coaster as well. I think at the very baseline, I feel a little bit conflicted about this kit design. On one hand, I'm excited to get a 5-star Xiangling. On the other hand, I am slightly disappointed that he's just a 5-star Xiangling with not much new innovation. I'm gonna be honest, I am a little bit more excited for Yeholda than Durin. But obviously other people are gonna have more preference, different preference. Where's Durin passive? Yeah. Okay. That's not passive. Passive. White flame nearby party reduce resistance. Yeah. Passive black form increase his own damage. Passive 2. While Durin is in the white or dark state, his elemental burst damage is increased by 50% of his attack up to a maximum of 1000 bonus damage. Oh wow, okay. I guess he really likes attack then. He's double dipping into his own attack. Okay. This is a overload kind of situation right here. Overload shell rest. Very cool. Do we know what Yeholda does? Should be a good replacement to Sucrose in Flint's team? It's a little bit iffy at the moment. Actually, hold on, chat. If... Oh, wait, I just remember. We don't care that Yeholda's... We don't really care that Yeholda's can only burst other rotation in Flint's team because Flint doesn't need healing. NEFER is already shielding Flints, so that part is fine. It's just that I don't think Yeholda is buffing as much as Sucrose. The only buffing that Yeholda does, to answer Meep, is 100 elemental mastery, and that's less than Sucrose. NEFER help us. She does some damage from our field, but it's not going to be significant. The only other buff that matters is Yeholda C6. Characters from nod-krai region in the party gains 5 crit rate and 40% crit damage. That's the only relevant buff she has. It's actually kind of big. Her C6 is big for nod-krai team, but it's her C6. Other than that, she's an Anemo healer, and at the very baseline, she can be she can use Predestined Veneer for some teams, and she's gonna buff 100% elemental mastery. That's all she provides. C6 Yeholda! nod-krai! Alright, I want to look at one more thing. I want to look at some of Durin's early constellation. Durin's elemental burst damage increased by 25%. Just put emblem in the back, chat. When casting has a burst, different effects occur depending on which version is used. Oh, this is kind of Shenhe Quill type buff. Interesting. 60% of Durin's attack. It's not terrible. Two stack to increase the damage by 100% of his attack. Oh, okay. Okay, so just a quill type damage increase and elemental burst damage bonus increase. Bottomless thought. For 20 seconds after casting element burst, when nearby party member trigger vaporize, melt, burning, overload, pyro swirl, or pyro crystallized reaction, they gain 50% pyro damage bonus and 50% bonus damage of the element involved in the reaction for 6 seconds. Oh, welcome back, Mualani, I guess. Only a C2. Chat, this is actually funny. FURINA in nod-krai. Chat. FURINA nod-krai. Oh my god, what do I even do here? No one won my damage bonus. Oh my god. This fellow Flint, he likes attack. He likes the elemental mastery. This new mommy, a NEFER and Llama, they do reaction damage. They don't care about my damage bonus. What am I gonna do? FURINA probably. Does it sound whiny enough? Incoming Durin chat. Damage bonus. Give. I'm gonna inhale that stuff. Shit, I'm gonna vape that stuff. He's actually vaporizing that. FURINA come back real? Potentially. I'm thinking what kind of team would use FURINA? I guess we actually go back to a national kind of team where, because Durin actually shred resistance, it's gonna work better than other kind of national team because Xiangling doesn't shred. Well, she kind of does, but not much. So we can use something like Electro, Hydro, Durin for Pyro, and we do overweb stuff. And that actually is kind of fire. Pun intended. I lost it. I did. Sad I did. Got me. Oh yeah, now they are posting the Yehoda kit and Durin kit. I am reasonably hyped, chat. I am hyped a reasonable amount. Burn vape? No. He doesn't. Burn vape implying that the Hydro character is vaporizing off a burning aura, and Durin does not buff Hydro. Reasonable. Burning works. Vaping that Durin is vaping works. Overload works. Animal Swirl works. Pyro Swirl, I mean, works. pyrocrystalline works. There are a decent amount of flexibility in his team making. It's nice. It's remain to be seen. I'm gonna just let the thought simmers a little bit in my mind and think about some potential teams for him in the next few days, because I'm sure that there are some options that I'm just missing out.
Rev the engines!
At the baseline, I think that he's gonna be an interesting character. Durin Khan looks like Albedo. I don't think Albedo actually has constellation, my friend. Nevertheless, with just Lauma and Durin will be better if he can vape and version all his head. I think it's better to let Durin vaporize rather than let Neuvillette vaporize. And I don't think we should add Lauma, but I could be wrong. Oh, Constellation Art? Okay. Keeping info aside, hope it'll be fun to play. Yay! Have you seen his animation? That part is slightly questionable. He's an off-field character. You press E and then you press Q. Chat, you want to know Durin's gameplay? Alright. Durin! Oh shit! Fast forward in the future. About 50 days from now. Durin's banner is on! Chat, oh shit! Durin's banner is on! I bought Durin! Whoa! I'm gonna put Durin in my team with Maressa. Oh shit! My Maressa team's gonna be so improved now. Alright, here's Durin gameplay. Swap to Durin! Boom! Boom! Alright. Durin gameplay, chat. I'm sorry. Could I look at your yellow? Sure, I can. Give me your UID map. If you have put your UID in chat and it's not showing up, it's probably because YouTube is filtering out some random number. You can put some dashes or hyphen between your UID number and it will show up.
Heads up!
Yeah, if you have any cool ideas for Durin team, I'll gladly take those recommendations and just let thought materialize a little bit more. I'm sure there will be a lot of other people that are smarter than me, content creator and theory crafter that are much smarter than me. Probably some The Jeff stuff, he will make a video. And we can think more about this. The animation is cool, the art design is cool. If you don't know what it is yet, you can take a look at the link channel in my Discord server, which is here. Animation is cool. I like both Durin's and Yehoda's animation. 6.2 win chase, nice. I see the UID map, let me take a look. And this is likely the last thing we're doing today. It's getting to my sleep time, chat. Yelan. Skill 8 burst 10. Aqua Simulacra with 70% crit rate and 250 crit damage with a healthy amount of energy recharge. Actually, this is very nice. Oh, this is a nice build that can utilize her signature weapon. It's a nice one. 20 crit substat with 11 ER. This is quite comfortable for bursting. There's a lot of ER substat. Nice. 1 or 2 HP substat on the side. It's okay. They all go into the more important substats. This is a pretty good, quite a good Yelan build. You probably spend quite a bit of time in the emblem domain. Now, the only bit of optimization I can tell you is, like, this is top of the top optimization. You can find a bit more crit rate for her and try to get a 1 to 2 crit rate to crit damage is the most optimal ratio for any character, really. Other than that, it's a good build. Daily OST guesser. Fine, chat. We do 3, okay? Farm 6 months is the way, not a single hydro cup. It's okay. This, I think her weapon already gives some damage bonus, and this set also gives some damage bonus, so HP is not the end of the world. And it looks to be a good cup to or goblet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 good starts. Nice. Congrats on the build. Time to flex farming. Alright, weirdo. Hold on. Let me see if I need to do anything more on maintaining my accounts. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, I'm done. Alright, good. I'm done with this. The 1 or 2 last day of the patch, I have to double check everything. Make sure you complete all events, chat. No free Mojam comes to waste. Alright, OST guesser, let's go. Daily mode. Wait. I know this melody. No! Is this Navia? No, it's not Navia, it's not Geo. Who has this? Who has this vibe? Is it Lini? Oh, Charlotte! I think it is actually Charlotte, because all the other characters are just kind of broody in a similar period. Yeah! Yeah, good guys, chat. Lini does not have this vibe. Lini vibe is a little bit cooler. That's the best word I can use to describe it. Alright, 2 more. 2 more. Li Yue, right? Gaming? It sounds kind of New Year. Okay. Pyro. Not Glamour. Li Yue. Hu Tao? I guess it could be Xiangling actually. I don't think it's Hu Tao. Yeah. I think Xiangling may fit more because Hu Tao is very iconic. It could be Yanfei. Oh yeah, that's true too. I think I like the Yanfei option more. I like the Yanfei option. Nice. Good one, Widow. You listen to this today? You are indeed the OST god. This sounds kinda old right off the bat. Maybe it's a teaser song. Neverlet? Wait, no. There's a little bit of crescendo near the end there. That gives me a little bit of Fontaine vibe. Something sinister. It almost sounds like there's gonna be a drop with guitar here. Electric guitar. Are we all? Sure, I can check. Nope. Chaska. You know what? I can hear that. I can hear that. Nice. Very nice. I can hear that now. The last bit of crescendo into her music, that's really nice. Hello, Roaster. Last one. Is it Inazuma or Liyue? I think it's more Inazuma. Could be Liyue. Something tender. Could it be Ganyu? It could be. I think they are a little bit too early for this. It could be. Who's the character from Liyue? I think this is a teaser song, so it cannot be a 4-star. It could be a Shenhe. It's Liyue. Baiju? Nice. That's a nice song. Now, okay, Ari, time out Weirdo for 5 minutes. We're gonna do last one before go to sleep. Because I do like to figure things out without being spoon-fed. be Liyue or Inazuma. I think the Zito, right? It could be Baido or Kazuha. Kazuha. It can be Ayaka. Wait, is this Yoimiya? Who? Toma. Fuck. Nice. My addiction is strong, chat. My addiction is strong. Alright, fuck it. Wait, hold on. We're doing... Yeah. I have zero clue. Kind of rock. I'm inclined to just say Xinyan, but a lot of characters can also have this vibe. I hear a little bit of either Inazuma or Liyue. I can hear the Liyue now. I'll just go on a wide guess, I see ya. Nice. Alright, I'm happy. Woo. Here we go. We can put this on the background as we end the stream, chat. Not the motive! Oh my god, that's actually the motive that is present in a lot of earlier trailers. That one. Alright, chat, that's gonna be the end of the stream. Have a good one, chat. The next time I stream will be on the new patch, and we will be pulling for NEFER, as well as checking out Genshin Impact Milliastra Wonderland. Do some restless behavior. Until then, chat, I appreciate every single one of you. Boom, ending screen. If you've been enjoying the stream, go ahead, like, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. If you want to further support the stream, you can do so by Super Chat or joining a YouTube membership. Have a good one, chat. And I'll see you in the patch Luna 2 of Genshin. Music! Go again. Bye-bye. Stay cool. Stay awesome.